Now we shall have a keynote address from Professor Amar Jyoti Chaudhary, the former VC, Guwahati University. I request everyone to kindly stand and welcome Sir. Now I would request Reverend Father Cletus Sebastian to please come forward and introduce our guests.
Once again, good morning all of you. It's my great joy and privilege and honor to introduce to you a distinguished personality who is an Indian educationist, scientist, actor, reciter, playwright, poet, novelist, orator and editor. He is the renowned Professor Amar Jyoti Chaudhary. Put your hands together for Professor Amar Jyoti Chaudhary. May I invite the DBI students to welcome Dr. Amar Jyoti Chaudhary into our midst with a full gamocha and a DBI scarf. Big round of applause once again. Professor Amar Jyoti Chaudhary was the former Vice Chancellor of Guwahati University and a former Pro Vice Chancellor of Tezpur University. After a superannuation from Tezpur University, he occupied the C.V. Raman Chair of Applied Physics and later that of Vice Chancellor of University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. He was also the Vice Chancellor of Assam Downtown University. A graduate with honors in physics from Guwahati University, Professor Chaudhary did his master's in physics from Delhi University. He obtained his doctorate degree from University of Oxford. Professor Chaudhary is a researcher in optics, quantum electronics, condensed matter physics, nanophotonics, and nanotechnology. He has published 148 research papers in peer-reviewed journals and supervised 20 doctoral students. He is credited with coining the term confocal microscopy in a theoretical paper with the C.J.R. Shepard. Professor Chaudhary is also a prolific writer, actor, director and reciter in Assamese language and culture. He has acted in 2 films, written 3 plays, 2 novels, 2 collections of poems and several articles on scientific themes. He has also translated 3 books from English to Assamese for the National Book Trust. He is known for his recitation of a self-composed poem on the death of Bhupen Hazarika, a legendary singer and composer. Currently, Professor Chaudhary is the editor of renowned Assamese daily Dainik Assam. We are indeed grateful to you, sir, for accepting our invitation and your consent to enlighten our participants. Please join me once again putting our hands together and welcome Professor Amar Jyoti Chaudhary to the stage, sir. Please.
I think this should do. Esteemed participants, Professor and I'm used to calling professors Father V.M. Thomas, all the fathers and the principal of DBI, director of DBI. I'm delighted to be here on this occasion of the first inauguration was already done of this conference, and where I gather participants have come from diverse countries and diverse parts of our own land, India. I welcome you all, and for the next hour and so, we'll be confining ourselves to the theme of learning revolution. You might have heard the song, "Wake Up Boys, There's a Light at the Window." Wake up, boys, there's a light at the window. There is someone knocking at the door. There are people running on the street, and lights are coming apart in floors. This was talked about a revolution, Irish Revolution, in fact. But here we are coming down to the level we will be talking of using this same enthusiasm for a new kind of teaching learning revolution. Now, whenever we think about education, what is the purpose of education for that matter? It is basically to arouse curiosity and simultaneously joy. I lay emphasis on the word joy. Joy is the prime motivator. When you become curious, that is good, but then when you are joyous and curious, that is the state we are looking forward to in teaching, learning, evaluation. And then, so curiosity is the thing, and joy is the higher level of that. So if we think what actually we want to do with our education, so we arouse curiosity, we arouse joy in the children, or even in the grown-ups, and then make him think. In fact, this is a sculptor called the Thinker or the Thinking Man from one of the greatest sculptor of our times, not our times, 19th century, 20th century beginning, Auguste Rodin, and this is Rodin's sculpture. And this sculpture, for many years, many decades, it was said that it represented what we want to achieve through education, make the person think. You might have noticed that simultaneously with thinking, the person is very sturdy, hale and hearty, so he may spring to action anytime. So thinking that leads to action. This was the image that was propagated by this sculpture as a motivation for education. And then when you become curious and you think and you want to face life, suppose the rains are coming and you want to get rid of the maximum rain falling there, so you put a kind of a bamboo portion there so that water flows through and it falls in other parts too. So not all the water is falling on the same ground. So if you want to achieve that, you can do it with little bit of innovative thinking. And when you do innovation, when you face life, you are into the joy again. Joy. So, joy of innovation. So that is also a part of the overall scheme of education. And finally, if you think, why do we need education? Probably if we were all alone and we were all living in a separate island, education may be necessary, but that would be a different sort of education. The education that we promote in our day-to-day life, in our schools and colleges and universities and institutes of higher education, is meant for achieving a society where there is a collective joy because of staying together, loving together, innovating together. That is the ultimate aim of education. Unfortunately, however, Often in our classrooms, we find the sad students. We also find confused students. And that is why we need a kind of revolution. Yes, we have all the gadgets in our hand, and we have the technology in our hand. Even then we find that students are not happy as we want them to be. So there is something wrong somewhere. So the entire purpose of today's exercise will be to find that lost joy. Where is the joy gone? From education. It's not to say that everybody is sad. That is not true. But then there are, even if there is one person in the classroom who is sad, that does not speak well for us as teachers or as administrators. So how do we go over it? What is the roadmap? So I begin with the story of one great teacher, Indian teacher, Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, who was our past president of our nation. In 1937, when he was at All Souls College in Oxford University, he delivered the lecture, the mastermind lecture on Buddha. In fact, someone else was supposed to deliver the lecture. But then suddenly he fell sick, and so it fell on part of Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan to give that very prestigious talk. Everybody was scared that for the first time it was given to an Indian, for that matter. And it is recorded in history that some of the teachers were frankly skeptical as to what will be the final outcome. But when the lecture was delivered, the chairman of that British Academy, which organized this lecture, he himself declared that we were trying to celebrate a mastermind lecture of thoughts, but here from amidst ourselves we have found a mastermind that is Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan. Similarly, we find that over the years there are thousands and thousands of scholars who have shaped our nation, have given joy to the nation and also to the world. For example, I thought that this will be purely national kind of a conference, so I was more into, Buddha, and although I talk about Jesus and Muhammad, rest I have put more or less in national scene. The thinkers, great thinkers who have brought in great revolution in thinking, like Shankar Deva, Vivekananda, Gandhiji, Rabindranath, and Jyoti Prasad, and the likes of it. And so the question is, why do we call them masterminds? First of all, they were living, loving, and caring, and they were all great teachers. They used to love their students. They were all like fire that lighted up thousands of lamps. Not only one, but thousands of lamps they could light up. The fire in them was so pure, so unadulterated and strong that the patients were those who were sculptor who used to sculpt a student out of a sturdy rock. So the teacher would be very patient, slowly he would chisel out whatever shape he wanted out of the student. The patience was there, loving, caring, and full of patience. That was the earlier spirit. And so similarly, Dronacharyas of the day used to do that. They used to be very patient. They were also teaching, learning revolutionaries. Why do you call them revolutionaries? We all know teaching, learning is giving life to a student and bringing new life into that particular frame of the body of the student. And all the forms we know that all the students react differently. When we teach, not everybody would react in the same way. So we have to take all of them together, inclusive education, what we call nowadays. And that is why one needs to walk on new paths, and new paths tantamount to revolutions. That's why we call them revolutionaries in that sense. And to be effective, even a revolution must have a roadmap. So we will now look for the roadmap. So what are the pitfalls on the way ahead? And in the contour, if we look ahead of us, what are the pitfalls that we look there? If we talk about our own nation, it is alarming illiteracy. Yes, it has come down, but then even if there is one student who is illiterate, that does not speak well of the nation. It is our collective duty that we make all of them literate. Why do we want to make them literate? So that we can make a society that is collectively happy, that is collectively we can enjoy. But illiteracy is there. Then the information and that we are providing, if most of the time it used to be boring. That means, yes, lots of informations are coming. It's like full of mine. It's like a mine from where you have to mine out the data, meaningful data. So that's why I'm talking about boring information. Then there is chilling rat race to achieve more marks, do more, better grades, and in that spirit of craze for better marks or better grades, the students, they suffer. But most importantly, it's the dodging of nature and real life that creates problem. I myself, when I was a student earlier, and I used to live very nearby, just by the side of the river Brahmaputra. And when I was 3 years or 3.5 years old, we have a number of kids who would come out early morning and climb the trees, eat fruits from them, sometimes swim in the Brahmaputra. And suddenly we were put in a closed confines of the classroom. So when it was done, everything suddenly changed. For me it was horrible. And I could not adjust to the surroundings. And it felt as if the heavens have come down, and the child or the rebel that was in me, it protested in the form of switching off to everything the teacher said. So I would not listen to the teacher even. And later on I talked to many of our friends who used to come together and climb the trees and pick up fruits, and they were also put in the school confines of the classroom. So this transition from the real life to the classroom, that is a very crucial step, and we need to take care of it. And mostly evading of perspective. So what do we mean by evading of perspective? When in the Mahabharata, they speak about the teaching was provided by Dronacharya, and Dronacharya is asking Arjuna, his favorite student, that, what do you see, my dear student? And Arjuna said, well, I am seeing a bird. That is where it starts in most of the books or the narratives. But then if you go to the real Mahabharata, it says that when he asked the students, first Arjuna says that I am seeing the entire sky, the tree, and all the leaves, and in the tree there is a particular bird sitting there. So that is the total perspective. From there, you slowly focus into the bird. And that is why, that is how Dronacharya used to teach, the total perspective. Not to look at the things separately out of the context, but then in a proper context. We have information, we have all the informations in the world at the tip of our mouth or the tip of our finger, but then these informations merely do not lead to wisdom. So wisdom can be brought about only by giving a proper perspective, everything together, and then from there choose a particular portion you are interested in. And then the last one is very serious, fanning of selfishness. They say that the modern day education somehow fans selfishness. Why selfishness? Why modern day education should fan selfishness? First of all, because it asks everybody, students, to excel. Excelling in life is what we want from education. But then we do it too much. We do it too much in the sense that even the grade of if it is A grade, it will not do. We want not even A plus, we want A plus plus. All the students should get A plus plus. Every student should get, if it is in terms of marks, 99.9%. So these are the things that have forced the students to become selfish, so that they do not think about the others. They do not try to help others. Not in cheating, but in even the day-to-day discussions, you find that the students of today are less discussing as compared to earlier times when we were students. So there is an inherent mechanism whereby selfishness is built into the system. So we need to break out the system and come to a contour or come to a vision where everything is different and students begin to really enjoy life, really enjoy whatever he is being taught, and in the process he is ready to face life. That is the kind of thing that we want from him. So we were talking about we go back. How do we go back? Is it this one? No. No. The next one. Yes, ABCD of pitfalls. We have already covered this, but you can see here, as a simple teacher, I am a very simple man. I like to think in very simple terms and remember things in very simple terms. So it is A, B, C, D, E, F, you can see. Alarming illiteracy, boring information, chilling rat race, D for dodging of nature and real life, E, evading of perspective, F, fanning of selfishness, showcasing of one-upmanship. Okay, so A, B, C, D, E, F. That is how I remember things. It might help you to, if you want help, this could be a way of remembering things, but then I have shown my way of remembering things. So now we come to the actual solutions. So what are the solutions we are looking for? Now you probably know that Jesus said that he talked about the mustard seed. He talked about seed that was the tiniest seed, and it can grow into largest of plants. Figuratively, it can grow into largest of plant from a very tiny seed. But then in the process you require to prepare the soil. So his advice was prepare the soil. So prepare the soil is a statement by Jesus which can be taken figuratively. Preparing the soil, by preparing the soil, he means to prepare the child. Why should he prepare the child? Because he also said, Jesus also said that if you look at wineskin which are old and you put new wine into it, it may collapse. It may get torn. So you need to put it newer wineskin. So new ideas in new things. So you need to prepare the children. And aiding the mind, not teaching, should be actually the motivation for a teacher. Once you prepare the soil, it will grow the whole process of thinking and the curiosity leading to thinking, thinking leading to innovation, innovation leading to joy and collective joy. The entire process comes together. So we need to aid the mind. A for aid the mind. Then B, bring in the activities. So what sort of activities? Probably you have heard that story from Buddha, where a lady approached Buddha and she said that she was in despair because her son died, and she said that give life back to my child. So Buddha said that okay, I will give back life to your child, provided you can bring a morsel of rice from any household nearby where there is no death. So you go and bring it. So the lady went back. She moved from one house to another, and she found there was not a single house, there was not a death. So that is the inevitable, ultimate truth of life. Just she came to understand through the series of activities. And so when she came back, she herself said to Buddha, no, I don't want life back to my child. I know that is the ultimate truth of life. So how did she know? This was because it was done through a series of activities. Our teachers, our administrators, our principals are also to lay down schemes whereby the student learns through this series of activities. So bring in activities. Then crack the walls. Crack the walls. Now in our the same slogans now reappear in different terminologies in modern time. For example, in the new education policy of India, we now speak about interdisciplinary thinking. Thinking where we do not think in terms of only, say, physics or chemistry or mathematics or economics or history or literature or ethics or justice, but we put everything together just as it is, lies in life. In life, the problems do not come as a matter of physics or chemistry. It comes, when it comes, it may come as a matter of physics, some chemistry, and some economics maybe. So if you are not familiar and if you are not preparing your student, if we are not preparing our students for that ultimate aim so that he can face life at least with the minimal knowledge, at least how he can operate within this minimal knowledge so that he can face life. So that is why the walls, the divisions that has been created, like, well, this is the science building, this is the arts building. In most of the schools I have seen, science building, arts building, and some commerce building, and they never meet. Teachers also are not encouraged to meet, as if the subjects are totally apart. But then we need a dialogue. Only when there is a dialogue. So I know you are already working in schools which are good schools. So we are talking of a level where we can lift the school from this good level to a better level. That's why we are talking. So we need to crack those walls and bring in activities so that there is exchange of ideas between different disciplines, different thinkings, and only then we can prosper. When I worked in in 2003, so about 20 years back, I used to work in Florence, in Italy. And there, when I went as a teacher, I went as a teacher of technology. But then, when you go to a place, you also want to know its history. So then I came to know that this was the place where there was Michelangelo, where there was Leonardo da Vinci, and all their creations were lying scattered in the different parts of the city. And there was also the house of Galileo Galilei, who brought a change to the entire discipline of science at the time, and the science must be based on actual observation. This is what he promoted. But then, how did all these ideas come about? This is known as the period in which they worked. That means Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci and Galileo. I think you all know it is known as the period of Renaissance. It is known as the period of Renaissance, and this is the period that actually gave our world lots of new ideas, new thinking in literature, art, new thinking in technology, new thinking in science. So, but how did it come about? It came about because, fortunately, just by the side of the city of Florence, the Silk Route goes. People used to trade skills, silk, and they used to go to a special path called Silk Route from India or China up to all the places in Europe. And these people, these traders used to bring in new ideas. So when these new ideas when they gossiped, and the new ideas, new technologies, advances of the technologies came into effect, they came to know about the newer ideas, and they tried to put it into practice. And that's how the idea of crack the walls came. That you do not think about only one subject at a time. Oh, I'm only physicist, so I need not look that way because that is chemistry. So that is the thing that we need to avoid and promote in our students, that you crack the walls. That is how you will face the real world. So next one is called the syllabus. Dare the syllabus. Dare the syllabus. Why should it dare the syllabus? What is syllabus after all? Syllabus is what we are supposed to teach. So as Jesus said that you have to prepare the child, you have to plan what are the things to be said? What are the new things to be said to the student? So that is syllabus basically. What are the new ideas to be given to the student? So that it's good for a student of his age. That is syllabus. But sometimes teachers, we the teachers need to go beyond the syllabus. So we need to go beyond syllabus, and we need to teach and go beyond syllabus. For example, every year in the month of October, the Nobel Prizes are announced. And we know that these Nobel Prizes are given for the highest thinking of that period. In physics and in chemistry, in economics, in literature, the higher thinkers, they are being awarded. The highest thinking, contemporary thinking, is awarded or celebrated by Nobel Prize. Now, So it is the duty of a teacher, is it not the duty of a teacher, that we teach these, what are these Nobel Prizes are about? If we do not say 1 or 2 lines about it in our classrooms, and we think that, okay, because we have only fixed time for these slots, and we do not have time for going all across the syllabus, and so we will be depriving the students of the best ideas that have come about. So things that they can look up to. There was one Italian playwright called Dario Fo. He got the Nobel Prize in literature, and when he during his private conversations, which is recorded, he said that it was during the one of his classroom teaching that one of their teacher used to talk about the new things that happened in the world, and talked about the Nobel Prize, who got the Nobel Prize that year in literature in his class. And from there on, he had the urge to be someone like that person. So if we want our students to grow, be competitive in that sense that globally they are capable of compete with the world, not in terms of marks, but in terms of new ideas, then the syllabus is also a very vital, important thing. And very often, you need to talk beyond the syllabus. So that is the syllabus. But we have talked about ease off. Next one is ease, ABCD. Now ease off with tools and humors. You need to ease off in the classrooms. As I said, as we looked up in our earlier picture, for example, we saw the curiosity and joy, and then the innovation and joy, then idea of collective joy. Everything is joy is there. Then suddenly in the classroom, the student is sad and confused. So we need to create situation where they can ease off with tools. For example, I have not used it here, but then you can make a better use of the computer screen. You can animate things with a little bit of exercise. You can animate, and we all know how students love, how especially the young ones, how they love cartoons. And through cartoons, teaching through cartoons is an ideal way, which is being promoted in US and Australia, I know, at least of these 2 places. So this can be easily done, and ease off with tools. So you bring their attention. You also ease off with humor. And I am rather deficient in humor, but I can tell you an example. I remember that in our school, we were being taught unitary method. Perhaps some of you recall what is unitary method. Unitary method in arithmetic. That is, it was told that I don't know what was the cost of Rasagulla at that time. But then let us assume the contemporary thing. Say 20 Rasagullas cost 200 rupees. Or 10 Rasagullas cost 200 rupees. Then what is the cost of 5 Rasagullas? These were the type of unitary arithmetic that we are supposed to do. So why is it called unitary? Because first of all, you convert everything into 1 unit. What is the cost of 1 unit? So 10 units cost 200 rupees, so 1 unit costs 20 rupees. So 5 will cost how much? 5 will cost 100 rupees. So this was as simple as this. This is how the teacher taught us. So up till now, we were curious, yes, but not extraordinarily curious. But then the teacher went on to the next level. He said that, yes, but then this is the correct answer, that for 5 Rasagullas, it should cost 100 rupees. But then he said that last year, but I had a problem. So we were getting, and he was telling a story, so we were getting curious. So why it should be problematic for him? He said that one of our students said that he went to the shop and it was written there that 20 rasgullas cost 200 rupees. But then when his mother purchased, actually she gave 100 rupees note. But then 10 rupees was given back to him, given back to her. So it cost actually 90 rupees. He said, it cost me 90 rupees. So which one is true? The student asked. It should be 100 rupees or 90 rupees. That was the first thing. So we were, as kids, we were naturally delighted that, the arithmetic is not right. And then our teacher came up with another level. He went to a further level. And then he said that then at that very moment, a mouse came into the classroom. And the mouse said that I have a long and sad tail. So when the mouse was saying, I have a long and sad tail. So he was talking about T-A-L-E, story. So I have a long and sad story. That is what he wanted to say. But then students, whenever they see the mouse, they think only of their tails. So one of the students got confused and he asked, how come, well, I understand that your tail is long, but how can it be sad? So this was the question that was put to him. And I believe that similar sort of thing later on when I read it, it appears in Alice in Wonderland. But then the teacher used to use these similes, and that's why the classroom became extraordinarily, funny, and it was very rewarding. We wanted to go more into the arithmetic class than even the literature class. So humor does it everything. So ease off with tools and humor, that is the best strategy. But students basically are all different. They all think basically differently, not same. She or me would hardly think the same way. And so whenever we teach, we need to take care of all the students together. So we need to feel the students. We need to know how they would think. So feel the students. Feel the people you are talking to is very important. Now, I'm not a very effective speaker, so I do not know how to feel the participants here. But then if I could feel all of you, I'm sure I would have been a much better speaker. So it is necessary that we need to feel the students, know each one by their names, which I still envy Father V.M. Thomas. He's known for the fact that he used to remember his students by names. And that's why he's so famous. And the students I have walked with him in the streets of Guwahati, and I could see the people literally falling at his feet. So the way that students love their teachers and give respect to, even today. So that is why it's very necessary that we need to feel the students and make them feel at home. That is very necessary. So if I was not made to feel at home when I had that difficult time, when I was put into the closed confines of the classroom, and I used to defy our teachers, not listen to them, and then suddenly one teacher found in me that whenever there is something is said in terms of a sing-song voice, then I can remember. So that's how he told me that tell your father to write a poem for you, and you can be good at reciting. So that was the starting point. So that changed the entire aspect of my life. So it is better that we can feel the students, attend to their individual needs, and then go for totality. Go for totality is not thinking only one person at a time, but everything's to be connected together and then see the perspective. Just like Dronacharya did, that the trees are there, the sky is there, the leaves are there, and in between leaves there's a bird sitting there, and we have to hit it with the arrow. So focus your eyes onto that bird. So from the sky, the tree, and everything comes together, then you focus. So a total perspective is being given. So go for the totality. And similarly, go for the totality in the sense that life is not only reading, life is not only teaching, life is also about playing, life is also about singing songs or doing plays or walking across the river. So all these good things are in life we have to enjoy. So school has to go for that totality. Any education institute has to go for that totality. And finally, harness sympathy. So we begin when we said that what is the purpose of education? It is to live together, loving, caring each other. And that's why we need to feel empathy for others, which our Jesus taught us, Buddhaji taught us, Muhammad taught us. And there's in Quran there's a particular surah, the portion where it is said that God came down to Muhammad and whispered in his ears only one word. What was that word? The word was Ikra. Ikra means read. It can also mean introspect, read or introspect. So God, there are so many words in the world, but the God came down all the way just to tell one word. Read or introspect. Think about yourself. Think about the world around. And when you can, from yourself, you can connect to the world, the way Mother Teresa did, from herself to the entire world, the way she spread her love and care. That is what we are all aiming for, ultimately through education. What is education for? Education is for living together in peace and joy. Creating a society where we can live together in peace and joy, where there is innovations so that technology gives us better life, and where we all live in peace and joy. Yes, of course, there are individuals have got different interests, and so there are bound to be classes of interest. But then somehow we need to resolve how to work in a team, and how to still have sympathy, how to have empathy. These are the things that needs to be taught better in schools. That's why we want to avoid the things that is happening in Gaza Strip, for example. It's a very sad state of affairs where children are being killed. I mean, with no reference to religion. This is very sad. So we want that the world should be one of peace and harmony. And that is why the sympathy or the empathy that Gandhiji used to feel for the people of India, or Buddhaji, he used to feel for the entire world, or Jesus used to feel for the people around. These are the ideas that we need to promote. This is not being, we are not saying that you teach religion, but then the good things of religion should also be taught in schools. And that's because they provided the basic through which the human society actually developed. So there is a kind of spirituality in all religion. That spirituality needs to be transported to the students. May not be the rituals of a religion, but then the spirituality part of the religion, where we know that each one is a part of us. Now, in one of these particular pada, or it means a part of a poem written by our great saint Shankardeva, he says that all living things, he says, whether it's going, moving or not moving, whether it's living or not living, all these have their bodies made from the same material. That is how he said it. So when I was a child, I was making fun of it. I said, how can it be? How can a crocodile, his elements, his body may have same element as my body? But that question kept on, circulating inside my head. So I kept on probing whether it's true. So as you probably know, that my discipline is science. So I kept on probing it. And I found that ultimately your body, Professor BM's body, the part he has got, the elements he has got, is absolutely same as mine. It may have different color, you may have different color, but the final product, the blood that actually pumps us, that keeps us alive, has got, all of us have got the same color. Okay, so this is something unique. In fact, even amongst the trees you look the mostly greenish. It comes because of chlorophyll. Inside chlorophyll there is a particular element called porphyrin, and it has got inside that a structure, and finally at the center there is a magnesium atom. In our human body also we have a similar, almost, or not almost, absolutely the same structure. Only difference is that we have a atom sitting at the middle instead of the magnesium atom. Magnesium makes it green, iron makes it red for us. So otherwise life forms are all same. So empathy is the greatest teaching in our life. This we need to promote. We need to promote that we are all together, and the moment we are together we can have greater joy than being alone, sharing one. Maybe I may have the greatest, all the riches in the world, but if I am alone, imagine what kind of life it would be for me. So it is the empathy that matters. And finally, this is the thing. So I would, probably the time will come later on when the agencies that determine the ranking of schools or the assigns grades to it, they will give greater emphasis to the last one, that is harnessing of empathy. This is what, after all, education is not for merely getting more marks, merely getting, invent one bulb. That is good, but then that is not a mere education. If we forget about the difficulties or the despairs of others and forget about everything else, only think about me, if we are all selfish, then education has no purpose at all. So empathy is the greatest thing that we need. So through this, if you look back, there were 8 principles: A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, E, F, G, H. So 8 principles. We call it Ostamargas. Yes, the teacher touches the. If we use it, I practiced it. I know that I'm not I cannot claim to be the best teacher. I know that. I have many shortcomings. Even assuming that, I could say with all sincerity that I could touch many lives. And this is because we went through a system of thought or system of strategy which covered more or less entire aspects of education. And that is why I thought it is proper that I transfer these ideas to you. So this was the idea, to teach, the idea is not to teach me a syllabus, The idea is to teach life. Okay, so the moment we teach life, the moment we teach love, the moment we teach care for others, that is the proper education. And I'm very happy that most of the missionary schools, most of the schools run by organizations which go for the nature, the connection with nature. These are the schools that are promoting empathy. These are the promoting empathy with people, empathy with nature, and are promoting us and are helping us to live a life in utter sheer joy and happiness in a collective measure. So that is what is the best education. And there may be other components, please add to it, but then these provide the basic minimum. Okay, so thank you all, and if you have questions, I can take it for some time, provided can we take questions, or is it
Yes.
time, over time?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Amar Jyoti Chaudhary. The forum is open now for discussions and interventions. If you have question, kindly raise your hands. The mic will be passed to you.
Thank you, sir, for your beautiful presentation. At the end, whatever you presented, at the end, the strong emphasis was on original thinking. Now, we have also sessions on artificial intelligence. And nowadays, technology is taking greater role in our curriculum as well in the coming days. How do you respond to this, sir?
Yes, technology is it on? Yeah. Technology is growing by leaps and bounds every day, and it has created new inventions, where the machine can also almost think like human beings, and writing like human beings, and almost like human beings. And it is creating a problem also for teachers, that we know. But then, so it is our duty to be very direct with our students and promote and tell them in no uncertain words that it is finally the students, if they want to prosper, they can do so by using the artificial intelligence, and with the help of them, they can cheat the world for some time, but then this cannot be forever. And they ultimately will be cheating themselves, because their individual growth will be not there. Teaching is something which needs an organic growth. Okay, slowly and slowly, patience, there must be patience, and that is how it rises. So if you do not have that, your growth as a child, or growth as a someone who has learnt, it is not meaningful anymore. So that's why I believe that is what needs to be said.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions? Yes.
So thank you for a very insightful talk that you have given us. See, when we realize learning is more of promoting life and touching mind, why the Indian education system is still so prone to very narrow perception. We are not able to take the concept of, you were speaking about the religion should be part of learning, and then children should be helped to root down themselves to traditions and the cultures. So why the Indian education system still has a very narrow perception and a very narrow approach, where we are not able to take a collective approach, learning from all religions, all cultures, all part of possibilities.
Now, if we look at the new education policy, it has given us a glimpse of hope, because it talks about learning from others, learning from the collective growth, and learning from our collective journey through the world and through the life. And so it may not be complete at this moment, but then education itself is a slow process, gradually growing towards perfection, refining itself all the time, again and again. So I believe we are not to lose hope. The process is slowly beginning, and I'm sure at one point of time we'll have richer growth, richer roots, and we can, and our branches will spread itself in a manner that it will go and touch the sky.
Okay, one last question. With this, we will end the discussion. One last question.
Good afternoon, sir. Here, standing here. Sir, you are well established, a teacher and leader by profession and experience.
I was looking at him. Sorry. Yeah.
So you are a well established teacher or leader by profession and experience. And as we have gone through that, we always see for the collective joy and where we come across, yet we have sad students in classrooms. So is there any technique to prepare the minds of uninterested students?
Well, I have given you my example. I was a bad student. I was a bad student, not caring for the talks of the teachers, not listening to what they said. But then it is to love and care. He didn't beat me. He should have beaten me the way I behaved. But then I was never beaten. Always when our teachers were full of love for us and great care. And that is how slowly I was forced to respond to them. It is through love and care that you can bring students who are not initially willing to learn, you can bring to your fold. It needs patience, but then I myself have seen how teachers can do this. Okay, so there is always hope. And I would also say that at that time, most of our teachers, they were dhoti clad. Not that dhoti, wearing dhoti is a sign of regressiveness. It's very culture rooted to the culture. But then what I wanted to say was that they were of that, they were coming from that background, rural area. But then the way they used to teach, it was something phenomenal. For example, I remember that when we were, one of the teachers, such teachers, taught us geography and was referring and was showing the map of Europe and have shown us Budapest. And he first told us, just like all teachers in geography would say, that this consists of two cities, Buda and Pest, and through that Danube runs. So collectively it is called Budapest. But then he also, I don't know where from he got it, but then he had a very small gramophone, about this size. And he used to play it, and there was a particular piece of music called Blue Danube. And it was composed by great Johann Strauss. And that is what he told us in a classroom. And later on, when I was in Oxford, I still remember that one day there was a talk about modern music, and the teacher and the speaker, he started from this this piece of Johann Strauss and asked the room full of, the white skin, my English friends, that what this music is, and who composed it. Then suddenly this black person suddenly remembers his class days and says that, I raised my hand, and then he asked me, are you a student of music? I still remember. I said, no, I am doing my PhD in physics. Then he asked me, okay, tell me. Then I said, this is by Johann Strauss, and this is the Blue Danube he composed. And that was because that what the teacher taught us in our school, which was not a very good school. It was not good school by any standard, but then the teaching was absolutely excellent. It did not have infrastructure. It looked very poor, but then it had excellent teachers. So teachers make the difference. If you teach properly, if we teach properly, we can make a sea of difference.
Thank you, sir. Simple, living, high thinking, I think, from your personality, that's what I can see. More than the presentations, your person you speak louder from your person that you stand, and beautifully have presented. Thank you so much. Powerful message in a simple presentation. Now, we hear a lot of talks about having library in the tips of our finger, the mobile phone, in the phone. Today's mobile is, So these other things are coming up, and it is, in the present time, it's a very powerful thing going around. Right? Maybe in the future, we may not have libraries, books. Now the reading of books have been reduced. Don't you think so? This will affect our original thinking or the thinking pattern or whatever. Can you just from your reflection? Thank you.
Reading of books is good, of course good. And it is good because it forces us to go into all the details, all the pages. And this mobile that we carry, it has also its own advantage in the sense that if we want an instant answer, then we can take help of it. But then if you want wisdom, you have no other way than to go into the deep. And only by going through books or Kindles, which gives the books in all the details, in all its paraphernalia, only through them we can get it. So when I guess there will be a time when in the mobile it will be possible to see the entire world, all the books together. So gradually the technology is going towards that. So maybe at that stage library will not be meaningful anymore. But right now, we're in the transition period that we stand, yes, we need to go to books, we need to go to library, and we request all the teachers to kindly organize walks to the library, where you carry all the students together, walk to the library, and inspire them to read together with you. That would be the best solution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. There are many hands, and I know there are many questions, but due to lack of time, we will stop. But you can always meet sir during lunchtime and have some interaction with him. So now may I invite Reverend Father Sunny Abraham to please come forward to propose a vote of thanks to Professor Amar Jyoti Chaudhary.
Very good afternoon to everyone and all. Respected Dr. Amar Jyoti Chaudhary, the keynote address he has given, and the distinguished guests and all the participants. I was little shocked when the father asked me to say a word of thanks because I was already late and I was not knowing of the particulars of Dr. Amar Jyoti. But all the more from the very talk, we are very happy and we appreciate the way that you have enlightened us with the beautiful presentation and words. And it is true, education is a joy and its curiosity arouses and joy brings satisfaction for the students. If the students are joyful and they are curious, then they are next day early morning, they are in the school. That is true. As I have observed you, I can assure that you were a good teacher, and we took note of your simplicity, your humility, your acceptance what you are. And that is what every educator needs to be. We accept ourselves, we present ourselves, and we live in the present. Thank you for enlightening us, encouraging us already what we have been doing, and also asking us to go one more step, breaking the barriers, taking the challenges of the time. Thank you. On behalf of all those who are gathered here, I express our gratefulness to you, and also we pray for you, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Father Sunny. I would request our student to please go and present a sapling to Professor Amarjyoti Chaudhary as a sign of gratitude. Thank you. We will take 5 minutes break. We'll be here only. We'll not go anywhere. And the break will be a little different. So I request everyone to kindly stand. And yes, we came this morning, we came yesterday, but we didn't get time to say hello to each other. So we will look at each other and say, nice to meet you here. Just meet. Yeah. Meet people whom you have not met before. New friends. Higher. Sir Loli, higher. Okay, now you can ask them some questions. Where are you from? Yes. And appreciate one another. You look beautiful in your costume. So we will sing this beautiful song which says, nice to meet you here. So this song is this way. We need to clap 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Please clap. And snap 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Let's do it together. 1, 2, 3, go. Faster. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Now kindly repeat this song after me. Na 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 na.
Na 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 na.
Na 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 na.
Na 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 na.
Na 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 na.
Na 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 na.
Hey, na 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 na.
Na 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 na.
Now let's hear you sing along. 1, 2, 3, go.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na.
Yes, very good.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na.
One very important announcement. Febiquick is not allowed in DBI. So please remove the Febiquick from your shoes and we will move and sing together. Are you ready?
Oh yes.
1, 2, 3, go.
Na 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 na.
Woo. Na 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 na. Yes.
Na 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 na.
Hey.
Na na na.
Now look at your friend and say,
how are you, my friend, today? Come on. How are you, my friend, today? I am very, very fine. I am very, very fine. How are you, my friend, today?
Come on.
How are you, my friend, today? I am very, very fine.
and sing.
I'm glad to meet you here. I'm glad to meet you
You
here.
can either shake hand or hug them, no problem. I'm glad to meet you here. Come on.
I'm glad to meet you
Na
here.
na na together. Na
na na na na na na na na na na na na na na na na na na na na na na na na. If you want to smile with me, if you want to smile with me, you can share your smile with me. You can share your smile with me. If you want to smile with me, if you want to smile with me, you can share your smile with me. I'm glad to meet you here.
I'm glad to meet you here.
Na 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 na.
Hey,
na 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 na.
Okay. Kindly put your hands together for yourself. Thank you. Kindly be seated.
Fathers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, we have the first speaker of the day, Father V.M. Thomas. VM stands for very magical. This institute itself is very magical. On a hilltop, you will say, tomorrow being the foundation day of the institute, you will say, we have prepared a PowerPoint presentation for you. You will see how the institute developed in the years, the past years. And it was a one man's dream, and a one man made it into a reality. And he is going to take the first session of the international conference. I think he is the right person to do that. Father has a passion for promoting young people, a spirit of joy, optimism, and service. His vision to set up Don Bosco Institute, a multifaceted institute that offers quality education, skill development, leadership training, and social transformation to the youth of the region, showcases his conviction to further the Salesian mission and cause. He is humble and approachable person who has a very human touch and a pleasant mannerism. He is friendly and cheerful person who loves to interact with the people and share his wisdom and experience. Right now, he is the president of FVTRS, Functional Vocational Trainings that is taking place all over India, and his headquarters in Bangalore, and Father function from Bangalore. And without my introduction, you might have come across him in various places conducting seminars and programs. Let us put our hands together and welcome Father into our midst for this first session. May I invite.
So good afternoon. First session in the afternoon. Am I right?
Yes, Father.
First session of the afternoon. So wonderful to be here. Good to see all of you. And bear with me for my little bit of a hoarse voice. I hope you'll tolerate me. It's wonderful to see colors. I'm glad that in our time, she was one of the very first to come for international conference, Bhutan, Sima and both of you please stand, because they came many years ago. When was that? 2011. Please give a special round of applause to both of them. And from then on, there have been always teachers, principals coming from Bhutan to attend programs at the DBI. So thank you, Father Cletus, for the introduction as well as for taking forward the vision, the mission, and our goal of this institute. I'm so glad that we have had this very beautiful morning presentations as well as Professor Amar Jyoti. I think you got the right feeling. He teaches not mathematics and physics or science. What does he teach? He teaches himself. Meaning, he is such an extraordinarily good human being. I wish I had more time to introduce him. He is a wonderful human being. He is one of the most brilliant person in the whole of Northeast India. You know, he is from PhD from Oxford University. Okay? We heard about all of the discussion, but look at him, a simple man who respects. You can see that he really cracks the walls in sense. He likes to be people of dealing with humanity. He has composed a lovely poem on Mother Teresa, which I want to request him to recite here. But you could feel that he is someone who is a real teacher in spirit. Maybe with that, I know I've done this example to some of you before. All of you, please raise your right hand. Okay, without talking, no whispers, no talk, no smile. Please bring your index finger to your chin. Now, where is the chin? Okay. So, some chins are still here. Okay. That's why Emerson once said, what you are speaks so loudly that I cannot hear what you say. What you are speaks so loudly that I cannot hear what you say. You teach yourself. We need that type of teachers and that type of principles. Show me a good school. What will you see? I will show you a good principal or a good teacher. The school is not made of buildings. It is because of teachers and principals. I'm not so sure how many here are teachers, how many are principals here. So just for get the feel of it. When I say I am a principal or a headmaster or whatever, I think you can stand up and say, that's me, very quickly, and then sit down after that. Ready? I am a principal. Please be seated. I am a teacher. I am a school administrator. Okay. I am from North India. Who are those from North India? Say loud, that's me. Yeah, just beyond to see you, that's why. That's me, okay. I am from South India. Okay, South is all this side here, okay. I am from Western India. Western, there are few from West is behind, okay. I am from Northeast India. Okay. I love students. You're supposed to stand up. I love teaching. I love Brahmaputra. Okay. So, I think we see that we may have come from north, south, east, west, but we are no strangers in this world. And there a good emphasis that was given by Professor Amarjyoti is cultivating empathy. Learning to live together and work together. We are very happy that we have our teachers and principals from Bhutan, the land of happiness. I think you have to tell us how to cultivate happiness, because the program was for joy, curiosity, and human kindness, empathy. So we are in the same boat. What is this boat? What do you feel? Life. Okay, what else? What is this boat? We are the peace, happiness. Okay, what else? Love. Great things are coming from Bhutan. I hope you are not forgetting about the theme of the conference now. Of course, this is also good. Empathy, love, humanity, etc. Education, and what especially are we talking about at this conference? This conference. Leadership. Reshaping. Leadership. So, yeah. So leadership, reshaping education. Now, I think the emphasis was at the same time very, very important. But let's also not forget the essential theme of the conference, reshaping. So we are in this, we are maybe, I know you didn't come on ships, but we are in the same boat. What is this boat? Boat. Roll. Tell me more. What is this boat for us? You see, one aspect is we are now witnessing change in society, in education. And so we have to see how we can adjust, adapt to this. I would give you something here. I'm definitely not be able to cover all this. Angela, can you just give to everyone? So there will be quite sufficient material here. How would you bring about this change? And I have taken this particularly from NEP 2020, which may look a bit strange to Bhutan, but the principles and the points there are absolutely relevant to all of us, whether we are in Bhutan or India or anywhere else in the world. So I will talk about that a bit later. Somehow I come this side, please come this side and distribute. Which I may not be able to cover. So please look at page. You have to look at page 12. You know, it is the roxing is not so great. So page 12. Page 12 onwards is actually based on the NEP and speaks of the basic structure of the pedagogical leadership framework for leading learning in the present day. But anyway, you don't worry about it right now, but I'm just wanting to say some good material is there for you within this. And this is produced by NUEPA. Have you heard of NUEPA? NUEPA is a National University for Educational Planning and Administration, which is the apex body of the Government of India on education. It is their own notes, which I think will help you to understand how can you lead in the present times. Okay? So, that is by the way. So, we are in this boat. What is this? What do you feel as you see this? I'm trying to make it interactive because what you hear, you forget. What you see, you remember. And what you do, you know. I think this is the new principle. What you hear, you forget. What you see, you remember. What you do, you know. And especially the present context. Our children are, what type of learners are they? Very good. They are saying visual learners and also kinesthetic learners. No more simply audio learners. In the earlier times, 30, 40 years ago, children, we are all audio learners. But today, because of all that is change taking place, you find that, so we are visual kinesthetic learners. What's the implication of this then? What's the implication of this? If you are visual kinesthetic learners today, what should educators do? What will you do? Now, if you say the children of today are visual kinesthetic learners, what would principals and teachers do? Active learning. One beautiful word that has come out is active learning. No more passive hearing. Not a mere listener. So active learning, where we have to engage them in action, in activities. Professor Amarjyoti insisted on these activities. So, anything else you would like to say about the boat? You know, you have got even Father Kuriala here is a principal of a school for many, many, many years. And I know several of, how many of you have been principal for more than 20 years? Just say, that's me. Say, raise your hands. That's me. 20 years. Okay. 10 to 20 years. Okay, quite a number. 5 to 10 years? Okay, less than 5 years. Okay, I've been teaching for 20 plus years. Okay, all right. So now, you see, teaching has changed. We cannot continue teaching in the way either we were taught or we were teaching before. Because the world is changing. That's why the very topic is reshaping. So, we have a false impression that we learn from experience. Oh, so we can say, I've been teaching for 10 years, therefore I got 10 years experience. Teaching for 15 years, so 15 years experience. 20 years, 20 years experience. Is that true? So I've been teaching for 20 years, therefore I got 20 years experience. Is that right? No. Why do you say that? No, other activity, but you're teaching. Why we cannot say we have got 20 years experience? Say no, this is beautiful. Just say that louder.
If we don't learn, the 20 years experience can be same as 1 year.
It's a beautiful response. If we don't learn from our teaching, then the 20 years teaching can be merely 1 year experience. 1 year repeated 20 times. Okay? Now what is experience then? Learning, very good, beautiful. What else is experience? Learn, relearn, unlearn. Good. Unlearn, relearn, and keep on. Learn, unlearn, relearn. Okay, so please keep this very much in mind, that we cannot remain stagnant saying that we are growing in experience. Experience is not what happens to us. I repeat, experience is not what happens to us, but what we do with what happens to us. What we do is change, learn, unlearn, relearn. Then we can say we are gaining experience. Now that will be depending largely on what is happening around. We will have to respond to the changing needs of the time. So, if you still want to remain, I would say, like this very colorful paperboard there, ahead, and many of you are coming from leading schools, you want to be ahead in education. Dear friends, it is a time for us to change and see in what new ways we'll have to adapt to this. Someone sent me this just the other day. Good things take time. In fact, it was sent to me on Teachers' Day by one of my own students. What does this tell us? Good things take time. Would you like to speak in terms of education? What do you feel? Exactly. One, we need to have the patience to get the product. It could be 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, even 40 years. Just a few days ago, in fact, as I said, they were sent by one of my own students who has become a judge recently in Guwahati High Court. There are 6 judges in Guwahati High Court from Don Bosco School, Guwahati. One school, 6 judges and 1 Supreme Court judge. Okay? But after how many years? 40 years. Because those were my students from 1980s. Today they are judges, Supreme Court judge. One is an ambassador to Austria and to Vatican. And one is a government advocate general of Assam. Another one, somebody is from Mumbai here. There are 4 of them from Bombay. The government advocate general of Maharashtra is a student of Don Bosco, Guwahati. 40 years ago. Good things take time. So dear friends, today we are living in this instant world, right? We want instant results. Please recognize that it will take time. Have patience. There is a future. You are creating a future. You are making the future for the world, but it takes time. Welcome to this future. And the future will largely depend upon all of you here. You are building the future. Professor Amarjyoti stressed the very aspect of the values, the world, the global vision will depend upon the students whom you teach today. And I'm going to show you a small video. I would like you to look at this, also introducing this theme of change. Have a look at this. It is by UNDP, a presentation of the last climate conference.
Imagine if we had spent hundreds of billions per year subsidizing giant meteors. That's what you're doing right now. Think of all the other things you could do with that money. Around the world, people are living in poverty. Don't you think helping them would make more sense than, I don't know, paying for the demise of your entire species? Let me be real for a second. You've got a huge opportunity right now. As you rebuild your economies and bounce back from this pandemic, this is humanity's big chance. So here's my wild idea. Don't choose extinction. Save your species before it's too late. It's time for you humans to stop making excuses and start making changes. Thank you.
Okay, just talk to each other, maybe just in pairs. Think, pair, share. That's what technique that is commonly used in school. Think, pair, share. What is the message of this, our friend dinosaur, to all of us educators? Just talk 1 minute, just 1 minute to each other. What is the lesson? Okay, all right. So, any words from the mouth of the dinosaur, which are meant for you? Come on, raise your hands. What lesson you got from the dinosaur? Okay, protect the species. I'm now talking more in terms of education. Yes. Choose life-giving chances. Good. What else? Now or never. Good. We'll talk about that again. What else? It's the right time to act. Somebody says? don'tchooseextinction.com. Okay. And what did he also say? Stop making excuses, start making changes. Better late than never. I know it is all about climatic change, etc. I just would like you to think it in the context of education. Just turn it to education. The same words. don'tchooseextinction.com. It is now or never. Stop making excuses, start making changes. Just talk about what are the urgent changes we need to make. Just also some of the things you already said. I am happy that let's connect to what we have already heard in the morning. The Vice Chancellor of Cotton University also gave beautiful ideas. Just put together what are the changes we need to make. Yeah, just talk 1 minute talk. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, all right. Yep. Yeah, just show of hands, whoever wants to speak. Sister? Yeah, just loud. So, one word that comes is update. Dare. You spoke about dare, but you heard those words today. What were ABCD? What was the dare? What did he say? Dare the syllabus. What does that mean? Church. Change. Because I think our schools have been by and large wanted to cover the syllabus. The teachers have been just busy covering syllabus. Today was dares the syllabus. Be original. Very, yeah. I think original, creativity is innovation. Good. What else? Daring in what? Okay, development. So, you see, what happened to the dinosaurs? I don't know. Why? Why did they die? Though the dinosaurs were saying one lie there, how did they die? Why did they die? Huh? That's what dinosaurs said, but that's not true. Lack of adaptation. That's what the scientists say. The dinosaurs died out, mammals did not, simply because they embraced, others embraced change and survived. Dear friends, this is very true also for our education. If we do not, now many of you are coming some very great big schools. I know, seeing in your faces, I know large, big schools from across the country. It is a time for change. The time is now. Now or never. Or else what will happen? You will see this. You will see these dinosaurs. Big institutions which are died. So, why is this? Because we are living, this term is an old term already, about 10-15-year-old term. We are living in a VUCA world. VUCA world. What's the meaning of the VUCA world? Volatile, a place of uncertainty, complexity and ambiguity. This is used mostly in the business circles, but equally applicable to education. So, remember this, the world is no more that unchanging world, but it is a fast changing world of volatility, uncertainty, complexity and ambiguity. So, maybe just to keep awake, say VUCA world. Once again, VUCA world. Now, what is V standing for? Volatile. U, uncertainty. And C, complexity. And A, ambiguity. Okay, very good. So, this is the world. We will not go into details, but you understand the meaning of this. Things are very much more complex than ever before. The environment, last one, environment is unfamiliar, outside of your experience. And that is the present world of today. Now, what are we to do then? We have to, that volatility, we have to create a new vision. New vision, we have to create a new understanding of the reality, clarity, and agility. What meaning agility? Quick for what? Quick in what? Yes. We will have to be agile, quick in making the needed changes. That's why we use that word. One of your friends, you said, unlearn, learn, unlearn, relearn. You see, it's Alvin Toffler who said, the illiterates of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Agility. So, you may have been teaching for 20 years, 30 years, principle for a long time, but the world has changed. And now, more recently, about 5 years ago, they have come out with a new term that this is a rapt world. What do you mean rapt? Rapid, unpredictable, paradoxical, and tangled. This is the world. Now, almost similar, very, very, very similar words, but it is telling you we are living in a fast changing world. This is called rapt world. Unpredictable. What is going to happen? How things will be? What will be the jobs of the future? What kind of problems or students will have to face in the future is unknown. Are we preparing them for this world or preparing them for the yesterday's world? I will not, I think just put there, but it is, let me go ahead. After COVID, the management specialists and leaders across the world say we are living in a Barney world. It's a new term, the latest term after COVID. Barney world. Now what does this Barney mean? B. Can you guess what this would mean? Just a guess. I know it may be. We are talking in terms of change, okay? So what do they say now? So they talked of the VUCA world, rapt world, now it is called Barney world. What is that? Just B standing for? I know it's difficult to guess probably. I know it is not easy to. So I will just go ahead by saying brittle, anxious, non-linear, incomprehensible. This is the new understanding of the world of today. Brittle means what? It is very fragile, means changing. It is the situation is changing. It is not solid anymore. There is not such a stability as we used to have in the earlier years. So we have to understand the new world, which is brittle, anxious. Why anxious? We don't know what is going to happen. Things changing, etc. And then non-linear, not predictable. Not predictable. Otherwise, we had a very easy way of understanding this will cause that. It's non-linear. And then it is incomprehensible. We cannot make out what is on. So, dear friends, you are leading your schools or you are teaching in schools in this Barney world. VUCA, rapt Barney world. And so, and again, the other aspect is, which we have been talking, digital. And there will be a lot of sessions on this. It's a digital world. And probably India, maybe I suppose Bhutan the same. I am living staying Bangalore. My God, it is almost impossible. You go for a haircut, how do you make payment? Google Pay, GPay, Pay. Or you want to buy vegetable, you want to do anything. No, all online. It's a digital world. Okay. For everything is digital. What does this tell us? What does this say? What is it telling us about? What is it telling? Mobile. It's a social media world. All our children are on this social media. It is their hands. Now what are we doing? We are giving the lectures probably. Lecture to these children, and they are connected to the world. The world is in their hands. The world is in their hands. Now someone here spoke about IoT. You will get, I am sure you will get a lot of information. Internet of Things. Everything is connected. You can control whatever your house, your temperature, open the car, put on the lights. Everything is managed by someone. You talked about machine learning. You talked about something else that was mentioned this morning also. This is the world, the IoT world, Internet of Things. Everything is connected to the cloud and managed through that. So, cheating also is going on. Those who are smarter, they also cheat. I mean, but this is the world. Dear friends, you cannot ignore this world that is right in front of us. Especially those of us, maybe I don't know, the fathers, sisters and brothers who are here, we may not so easily understand this fast changing world of ours. It is ever changing new media. Okay, I leave that and again say, we are now dealing with Generation Z. Okay, born from 1997, they are 6 to 24. Gen Z. What is today's generation called? What is it? This is already over now. What is the present generation you are teaching now? They are coming into school? This one. Alpha. This is a child. Now please, Wampa, you are teaching this child. Are we adapting to this child? Okay, we're just moving on because there is time coming up. Therefore, what comes to you as you see this picture here? Very good. The world is moving fast. What have we to do? We have to move. I keep saying this, I think it is on a slide there as well. You have been on, what is called this? You go to the gym and you are on a treadmill. How many of you have been on a treadmill? Yeah, only Bhutan people are on treadmill. Nobody else on a treadmill. We go to treadmill in a gym or you for your heart testing. You have been on treadmill, I'm sure. Now, you get on the treadmill, what have you to do? Heart beats faster, yes. But what have you to do? You have to move. See, first 2 minutes it is slow. And you walk. After 2 more minutes, it's faster. What have you to do? You have to walk faster. And if you don't, fall. Okay. And the 6th minute, it really moves very fast. What have you to do? You have to run. And if you don't run, fall. It's Bill Gates who says, life is like a treadmill. You have to keep running to stay in the same place. Very powerful statement. Life is like a treadmill. You have to keep running to stay in the same place. Interestingly, today Professor Amarjyoti quoted Jesus. I was surprised by his knowledge and depth. He said, new wine in new wineskins. So therefore, this new knowledge cannot be communicated in the old style. It has to be new, or else it will burst, be gone. Now, this is a challenge for all of us sitting here. The challenge for all principals and teachers is to run. Don't run away now. You'll run, you'll go very soon. You have to keep running. Imagine to stay in the same place. What's the significance? What is this running meaning there for dear friends, principals, teachers? Update, upgrade, what? Knowledge, what else? Skills, methodologies, activities, the programs that you organize. You cannot go on you're doing it for 20 years and you say you'll keep on doing this. And the danger for us is that we are doing this adaptation, but I'm afraid you are adapting like, I would say, like the frog. Maybe you heard of this experiment. It's a very famous experiment conducted by Peter Senge, an MIT professor, MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology professor. He says, in the very first chapters of his book, he says, you take a frog and put this frog into a small pot containing body temperature water. Okay? No cover, no lid, and you, without disturbing the frog, you put this pot onto a heat stove. And without disturbing remote, you turn on the heat. So imagine it is 72 degrees. Increase it to 75 degrees gradually. 80 degrees. 85. What does the frog do now? Where is the frog? Inside or outside? How many say the frog is inside? Okay, if you are saying, how many say frog outside? It's small pot, okay? How many say outside? Nobody. Alright? Either should be inside or outside. Either or. It should be inside. Is it inside or outside? Okay. Since there are some supporters of the frog, we'll increase the temperature now. 85 degrees to 88, 90 degrees. 92 degrees now. Quite hot. Where is the frog? How many say inside? Put up the hands. Outside.
Father, what we hear, we forget. We want to see the frog.
Where is this guy? Somebody missed it. Okay. All right. The final question now, but be serious. All of you must answer this question now. Increase the temperature to boiling point. 100 degrees. Honestly, please think and answer. Where is the frog? Those who say inside, put up your hands. Those who say outside, this is outside. So, anyway, those who said inside, they are right. The frog, please listen now. The frog commits suicide. He is boiled to death. And in fact, this is a very famous management principle in that book. MIT professor, it is today called Parable of the Boiled Frog. Parable of the Boiled Frog. Why does this frog remain inside the pot and commit suicide? Why? This is very important. After we'll break for lunch very soon now. Why does this frog stay inside? Small pot, no lid. Why does it stay inside and commit suicide? Okay, one answer is not understanding the change. Good, very good point.
I think from what you said, he was murdered.
Okay, who murdered? Okay, Can you come on? Somebody else? Some answer. Huh? Commitment to?
Not able to understand the final result.
Somebody has got one. Give it, sister, yeah. Yeah.
No.
Pinky.
Commitment to the way he was living, the frog was living.
Oh, very interesting.
Not able to understand.
Wait. This is a very complicated answer here. Because I think she is a committed religious. Others would understand this commitment. Okay. But I think there is a deep depth of answer what she says. Commitment to her, to its own style of living. And what is its style of living? What is the number one quality of a frog? It's not only water, it can be also in earth, everywhere. Hottest. Yes, say that. So, this is the nature of a frog. Adaptability. It adapts to the situation, environment. So what happened here now? Commitment to that life. It was adapting to situation and change. But what happened? What was the disaster? No. Why? Why it gets boiled to death? It's got boiled. No creativity, forget. I think I would say no realization. No realization, no awareness. And therefore, stubbornness to its own living, it was not aware of the change. It could have easily jumped out. Now, my question to you, and we'll break for lunch, unless Father Cletus is giving boiled frog soup. Okay, so please answer me this question. How many of you behave like the boiled frog? Nobody here? How many boiled frogs here? I have a feeling. Exactly. Good, very honest. I would say yes.
Sometimes because of our policies, we are forced to think like the frog.
Yeah, you're right and you're wrong also, but you'll be boiled. Because this is where you're predicting death. I was a principal also for some years. I think most principals and teachers are behaving like the boiled frog. We say, I've been teaching for 30 years, I carry on teaching the same syllabus, same activities. Are we willing to change with the times? Are we willing to change? I think we'll break here. The question is, we are in a rapidly changing world. Please remember, we have to keep running. And I'll give one little homework for the afternoon. Is this right? The world is flat or not? Okay, this is a very important concept for education. Google, you have got Google with you. The World is Flat is a very famous book written by Tom Friedman. He won 3 Pulitzer Prizes. Now, what is the implication of the world is flat for the present day teaching and education? Okay, with that I think we stop. Over to Pinky. So wish you well, have a wonderful stay, enjoy the afternoon and the evening, and I'll see you sometime on the last day again. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Okay, one question for all of you. Did you like the session? Yes, don't be discouraged. Father will come back again after the lunch. But before that, let's appreciate Father with the word amazing. So, since you are already seated like this, so this group, you will say, No, only this side. You will have different. So, you will say, me, and you will say, zing. Now, when I go like this, you will have to keep on saying until they finish. So, are you ready? Let's try out our boiled frog. 1, 2, 3, go. Once again. Now you are praying, I think. It should be with little bit enthusiasm. 1, 2, 3, go. Amazing. Thank you once again. Over to Father Cletus.
The fried frog is ready. I worked with the father before also, so I know it will be instant order. I am ready to take that order. He is a man of surprise, and then he surprised us with his session right now. One more round of applause to father. Well, lunch is served in 3 places. Sister will explain about that one. Before that, those who have not made the registration, anyone, some of you are here, I think, those who came late, please do the registration and then please write the correct spelling. We are preparing the certificate for you, so otherwise certificate will not come with the correct spellings. So please, if you have done in the group also, you can put your names with the correct spelling so that we will check that spelling and put your certificates. Toilets are here at the right side of this building, and also on the every floor there are both sides there are toilets. Please feel free because we are a big number. 202 the room is kept for only for fathers common use, and then there is also down there all the corners there are toilets. Please make sure that you are here on time after the break. Sister will announce about the dinners. Over to the secretary.
So lunch will be served in 2 places, and Kaziranga Terrace level 5 just down here, and in Bosco Niwas. So you can make your choice to which place you would like to go for your lunch. Then after the lunch, the session will start at 2:30 here in this same place, 2:30. So we have 1 hour in our hand. Have a good lunch.
Please be seated. Thank you. Please be seated.
A very good afternoon, fathers, sisters, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a very nice lunch. Did you enjoy the lunch? Yes. After the lunch, the good exercise? Yes. So here in DBI, we also do the body slimming with a lot of exercises, dancing, singing, going up and down on the steps. Body slipping also is taking place here. So you'll have to pay extra at the end of this conference. Well, I'm going to introduce to you a very important person for the afternoon, a very busy person who is ready to share his expertise, that is Father Paul Puducherry, who belongs to the Holy Cross congregation. Let's put our hands together and welcome Father Paul Puducherry, who is here with us. May I invite, Father, please come forward. Father, please come this side. May I invite the DBI team to do the honor of receiving Father, welcoming Father with a full ongamocha and a DBI scarf. Let's put our hands together once again and welcome Father into our midst. A social science researcher, Father is a well-known figure in the country and outside. The areas of interest are educational leadership, educational law, pedagogy, research methodology, societal changes and communication. Dr. Puducherry is a resource person for the Oxford University Press. He conducts workshops for principals, teachers and administrators of schools and colleges, for university faculty on innovative education, During the pandemic, Dr. Puducherry manufactured over 40,000 masks and distributed dry ration to the needed families in collaboration with the local administration. Father Puducherry was the head of the Department of Education at Assam Don Bosco University, Director of the Department of Teacher Education, Holy Cross College, a visiting faculty at Tripura University. Father Puducherry has guided students in their doctoral work and continued to do so. Dr. Puducherry is postdoctorate fellow of ICSSR and has completed his postdoctorate in pedagogy. Holds a doctorate in educational administration from Boston College and Master of Arts and Human Service from St. Edward's University, Austin. Has a law degree from Symbiosis, Pune, and is a registered advocate at the Agartala High Court. He has many undergraduate degrees. Dr. Puducherry was the founding editor of the Journal of Northeast Indian Cultures and has published many articles and books. Father has organized a number of national and international conferences. Father is also a member of the Holy Cross congregation. Father, I am very happy and privileged to welcome you to have this afternoon session on the theme AI, Artificial Intelligence, and ECD, Early Childhood Development. So once again, let us put our hands together and welcome Father on the stage.
Good afternoon. I'm sure the sleep has withered away with the exercises, right? Okay. I have with me 3 sessions. I will handle first the 2 sessions. The third session will be handled by one of my own doctor students, Dr. Anuba Goswami. So the first session we have is basically reshaping school leadership in an era of emerging technologies and policy change. Basically, we are looking at the new technology that is coming into. So, in this context, we would ask ourselves, as educators, as leaders, what does it mean for education? And how do we go about? Especially with the arrival of the AI, VR and AI, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and augmented reality. That has made education so different today. So we would walk through this process and ask ourselves, how do we reshape ourselves? How do we realign our vision? And how do we educate and prepare our students for the 21st century? Now, interestingly, 21st century is powered by technology. It's fueled by information. It is driven by knowledge. You and I create, co-create, construct, deconstruct, and reconstruct knowledge to power the world. And the institutions across the globe has done a wonderful job so far. But then we are reaching at a crossroad now, wherein the kind of education, the kind of schooling that we have done is no more proficient or no more adequate, or it is also losing its relevance. So when you talk about educational leadership today, you are talking about creativity and innovation. Creativity and innovation. These are the code words of 21st century. Anyone who has innovative mind is able to get a wonderful job and probably make a better living. So creativity and innovation. And interestingly, most of our institutions are basically maintaining its status quo. And it hasn't changed much. The very question I would ask you is, why are you, all of you, sitting in a line and in a row? Hello? Kya ho gaya? What happened? Why are you all sitting in a row and a line? But it has no nut and bolt. Pardon? Aisarakha. Now, this started 200 years ago when Industrial Revolution came in. We need people to stand along the conveying belt and needed certain discipline. Now that job is run by robots, right? You go to a car manufacturing company, the job that we used to do, the human person, is done by robots, but we have not left that. So the whole idea of discipline itself has changed because it's a socially constructed reality. In a hall like this, you could sit in oval shape, you can sit in round here and there, doesn't matter. As long as you're able to see the screen and hear my voice. But then we are used to a row and a line. And if you are in a convent school and if you have an assembly, then all are in line and all dead. That's discipline. And every school principal, before the program, goes on shouting on the mic, keep quiet, keep quiet, keep quiet, you know. And children are talking. Because we are not no more saying why you should keep quiet. Keep quiet for what? Okay, that is where a language change is required. The VIP is arriving. Can we have some silence? See, the whole concept changes. So therefore, the very fact that we are sitting here, we are probably not really willing to be innovative. And I think it's important that we use our innovative mind. And also to prepare our children to harness the power of technology. The power of technology. And that is not an easy process at all. Because according to Darwin, it is not the strongest species that survive. It is the species that is willing to adapt and change. That's why many of our schools, some of you are coming from a very traditional Catholic or otherwise schools, you are already losing your ground. You are no more the best school in the city. You used to be, but you are no longer. Because you are not willing to adapt yourself. Create a new framework. Create a new thinking pattern. Because today, I was at a university and I visit colleges and realize if you do a BA in history, right? What job is available? Practically nothing. You can make vada and sell on the roadside. That's all. So today, there are courses that we taught traditionally are no more relevant. There are new courses that are coming in. And new curriculum is coming in. And new pedagogy is coming in. Unless we are willing to adapt and change, I think many of our schools may not exist tomorrow. And that is where, as a principal, as an education leader, you need to ask yourself, where do you draw your energy from? Where do you draw your energy from? And how do you become an effective leader of the 21st century? Because all of you as an educational leader are entrusted with a responsibility of training the tomorrow. And if you fail, automatically the society is going to fail. That means that key that is given to you as the educational leader, are you using it creatively? As you move forward, are you drawing new energy, new strength, new imagination? As you well know, the Skylink is already very active in the United States. You know what the Skylink is? Now, within 5 years, all our telephone towers will disappear. Already on the 12th, Jio is supposed to launch what we call air fiber. That means you can have a small device wherein you can get your internet anywhere in the world. There is no need of any more telephone towers because it will be transmitted from a low-flying satellite. So you are directly connected to satellite. And already it is inactive. The US is already using it. And I think within a year or so or two, we also will have in the country. And then you will see all these telephone towers becoming redundant. They will get rusted and gone. And this will be the same situation for many of our schools if you do not change. And if you do not revision, if you do not realign, if you do not relook. So today, my job is basically making you uncomfortable. And make sure you get that, that different comfort. And as an educational leader, how do you present yourself? For my postdoctorate, which was funded by the government of India, I had visited over 2,000 schools in this country. And I had a long hair. I was looking a little very different. And some of the schools received me well, and some of them shouted at me so badly. So much so in one school when I went in, I almost had to threaten the principal saying that I might call upon the government to withdraw your recognition. That badly I was treated too. So then I encountered many of the principals that they're going around. And you see some of the principals, whole day is like this, ready to burst anytime. And it's a burden, And then you see some principals saying, hey, they say, no, my superior said, the government said. They are always on to the tradition. They won't change. And then I came across principals like this, with a little smiling face, a little bit, Oh, funny mask now and then. A little adaptability, And then I saw also principals like this, who are ready, with a lot of fire, within and outside, ready to move things. And then I also encountered some principals like this. And all the time they're shouting. I don't know for what they were shouting at. But they were shouting at teachers, students, parents. And then I also saw some principals like this. Whatever. Whatever. So, this is some of the reality of educational leaders in this country. Ask yourself, where do you fit in? Yes, Mataji. So in this world, we need to ask ourselves this question: how has the world changed? And what does this mean for education? Last 10 years, the world has moved so drastically. India, we have sent the Chandrayaan, and also across the world, in the field of medicine, the field of communication, healthcare, every field, there has been heavy advancement. But then our classrooms have not changed. It looks the same. It looks so boring. If I was a student, I tell you, I would not have gone to school today. It is so boring, actually. There's no creativity, there's no new life. And within a week, we are getting the latest equipment coming into the air. It is called an AI pin. And it will replace all your mobiles in next 2 years' time. You will have an AI pin. Let us look at what this AI pin is. Before that, let me play this television.
Hi, Bixby. Turn on the freestyle.
Tick, 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 evolution, rearranging. I feel it all. Tick, 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 evolution.
discount music. Hi Bixby, turn off the freestyle.
Now, that's the television that we are getting in. 56,000 is already available in even Guwahati markets. See the change that happened in television last 20 years. We had that big, flat, big screens, right? And it was so expensive. Then we had flat screen, we went to smart TV, and now we have a TV that can be carried anywhere, anytime with you. So there's a lot of change that's taking place. And that is where the whole question is, what are the challenges encountered by educator in engendering quality education? Now, any government policies and also the 17 sustainable goals all talk about quality. But most of these documents does not define what quality is. So that's a good thing, because you can determine what you mean by quality. And that's a good thing. At the same time, it's also a bad thing, because there is no common element that you would find. That's where you need to ask yourself, what will be the strategic plan, learning, or realignment needed to be an effective educator of the 21st century? And we need to answer this question. And I will try my best to evoke
My
that
namaskaram
answer.
to you all. On behalf of Tirumalesa.com and Naranaditya Kumaragiri, who created me, I am Zaina, India's first AI-generated supermodel, wishing you, your family, and all your loved ones a very happy and colorful Vijaya Dasami. May Goddess Durga bless you all with amazing health, abundant wealth, immense prosperity, and everlasting peace forever. May you and all your loved ones stay happy, healthy, and blessed forever. With love, your Zaina.
First AI. You know what's happening with this? You know how many people are going to lose job? The news anchors, they'll be replaced. So many are going to lose job with this. So it has a lot of ramification that we think about. And that is where we are talking about, how do we harness the power of technology? You cannot tell your children, don't use mobile, right? I know before COVID, all of you said, keep the mobile away. And during the COVID, you principals said, buy a mobile. And now you are saying again, don't bring it. Arey, what is this here? Come on. There has to be some consistency, right? And that is where we have the AI pin that will be launched within a week across the globe. And this is what it is.
Welcome to Humane.
This is the Humane AI Pin. It's a standalone device and software platform built from the ground up for AI. It comes in 3 colorways. Got Eclipse, Lunar, and Equinox. There's 2 pieces, a computer and a battery booster. Now the battery booster powers a smaller battery inside the main computer. And this is how we achieve our all-day battery life.
So if you ever exhaust the booster, you just reach into your pocket or bag and hot swap it. This is a perpetual power system that allows you to use your AI pin for as long as you want.
There are no wake words, so it's not always listening or always recording. In fact, it doesn't do anything until you engage with it. And your engagement comes through your touch, voice, gesture, or the laser ink display.
It also comes with its own connectivity built right in, our own Humane network, connected by T-Mobile.
We were able to pack a lot of technology into something really small. It runs a Qualcomm Snapdragon chipset, and that means it's really fast, which is crucial for AI.
It's got an ultra-wide RGB camera depth sensor, and motion sensors.
And it's got this really special speaker that creates this bubble of sound. It can be really intimate, or it can be really loud.
It has an indicator that we call the Trust Light that is built directly into the AI Pin's hardware via a dedicated privacy chip.
The Trust Light indicates when its input, optical, or audio sensors are active, ensuring full transparency and data security.
The AI Pin privacy chip also protects it from being exploited, which means if it's ever physically tampered with, it will require service from Humane to restore operation.
The AI Pin comes with a beacon that lets you know when it has something for you, like messages from trusted contacts or services like cars or food as they come available online in the future.
We don't do apps. Humane's OS runs AI experiences that are on device and in the cloud. The OS understands what you need and picks the right AI in the moment.
What this means is that you no longer have to search for, download, or manage apps. These AIs are streamed on demand at the speed of thought. Let's play some music. Play the song How Music Makes You Feel Better.
We've partnered with Tidal, which you get out of the box, and you can do some amazing things.
Really cool things driven by AI, like play music written by Prince but not performed by Prince, or play songs from famous sci-fi films. I've got my music controls. If I go to the left, I can go back. If I go to the right, I can skip. If I was to go down, I can pause. And to get back to my home screen, I just close my hand. Okay. Got my clock, weather, and the date. If I tilt my hand up, got nearby. It tells me everything that might be around me and where I am at the same time. I can also use it to ask questions like, when is the next eclipse and where is the best place to see it?
This is an AI browsing the web or grabbing knowledge from all over the internet.
The next total solar eclipse will occur on April 8th, 2024. One of the best places to see it is Nazas, Durango, Mexico.
I can use it for messaging, either by voice or laser. Tell Andrew I'll be there later tonight.
Your message to Andrew says I'll be there later tonight. Okay to send?
Make me sound more excited.
Your message to Andrew says I'll be there later tonight. Can't wait. Okay to send?
Yes.
One of the things I like most about messaging is getting caught up. My AI summarizes what's important, so I don't have to go back and read every message.
Catch me up.
Yanir asked if you want to get hook fish with Sam this week. Michelle sent some notes about today's design sync. Andy and Adam are on their way over.
Or using AI to search through messages. What's the gate code that Andrew sent me?
The gate code that Andrew sent is 7361.
Before, I'd have to scroll through a long text chain to the last time I went to Andrew's house. Of course, you can make a phone call. Call Yanir.
Hey.
Hey, Yanir. Can you help me with this demo?
Be right there.
Thanks. Now, of course, you can also use Bluetooth headphones at any time.
Estamos casi listos para enviar la versión final.
We are almost ready to ship the final version.
Great. I can't wait. Thanks so much. Genial. No puedo esperar. Muchas gracias. So, what happened there is the AI auto-detected Spanish, interpreted to English, and replied back to Yanir in Spanish with my intonation. I can also force it into any language I'd like to speak or understand. With computer vision, the AI can recognize objects, and we're starting with health and nutrition. I've got goals that I've set up in my AI that I no longer need to think about. How much protein?
A half a cup of almonds has 15 grams of protein.
Great. I'm gonna eat it.
In enjoy it.
And later I can ask, how much protein have I had today?
You have had 22 grams of protein today.
It's really cool. When it comes to retail, the AI Pin allows you to shop in the real world, hold up an item to learn more about it, and transact seamlessly on the go without relying on screens. How much is this online?
This is $28 online.
Great. Buy it. When you want to take a photo, just double tap. Or video, staying in the moment, capturing the whole scene, and generating a gorgeous image. It'll remember everything you input into notes and then recall what's relevant. Where should Ken and I grab dinner tonight?
Here are some recommendations for you. Sushi Ran, Shisen, and Elephant Sushi.
Now, how did it know? Because I had input a note a while ago that Ken likes sushi. To manage and access all your data, including photos, videos, and notes, Humane provides a central hub called humane.center. This platform is designed to simplify your interaction with the AI Pin from setup through daily use. When you purchase the AI Pin, you're asked to onboard with Humane via a privacy-protected portal. By sharing information with the AI Pin up front, you're ensuring that by the time you take your personal AI Pin out of its box, the device knows you and your preferences. Let's take a look at accessories. And we'll start with our clip that we've designed that allows you to wear the AI Pin on any large article of clothing and attach it onto handbags as well. It has a clip that can extend and really get onto any kind of thickness. I'm going to take this one and attach it like so.
So, hello? Now you know what happens to your schools? Now this gadget would be sold in India approximately for 60,000 and it should be available within another 15 days. So that means it might take another year to get it popularized. And then you don't need no longer mobile with you. Now whatever question you ask, it will search and find out for you. So do you need a teacher in the school? Do we need students to come to classroom? Now this is a challenge we are going to encounter. And this is a serious challenge. And if you do not respond, you can start growing chickens in the schools. Because it's a good building to use that. Because there's anyway not much aeration. Now, why so this happens? There are 4 factors or variants of knowledge today. Earlier, knowledge was institutionalized. When I began my doctorate at Boston, I was allowed to take about 100 books at a time to a library, from the library. And I used to drive up to the library, pick up the books and drive back home. Towards the end of my doctorate, I never went to the library. Library came to me. Now I live in Rani, which is about 7 kilometers away from the airport, in a very rural village. I take classes for the world across from there. I don't need to go anywhere. And to prepare anything, I have the entire world library at my fingertip. So knowledge has been deinstitutionalized. And with the arrival of AI, knowledge is getting organized. Information is getting organized and easily it can be analyzed. So knowledge deinstitutionalized. And the second is knowledge today is dynamic. Earlier knowledge was static. Today it is dynamic. If you look at your own school magazine 5 or 6 years ago, I'm sure there is a message from the principal, right? And normally, there will be a photograph of the principal. And behind the background, there will be neatly arranged books. And possibly Britannica encyclopedias. Right? But last year, so year 4 last year's school magazine, if you have seen your own photograph, you are sitting on a chair and there's a laptop and possibly an apple on your desk. Why? Knowledge is dynamic. What was knowledge yesterday need not be knowledge today. So that's the second dimension. And the third dimension today, knowledge is multidisciplinary. Earlier, in across the globe, for example, if you had taken history, BA history, MA history, PhD history, and you are trapped in history and history is trapped in you. But today, with the new policies that's happening across the world, you can have taken mathematics and psychology in class 11 and 12. You can take drama, you can take theater, and you can take physics. So knowledge has become intra, and multidisciplinary. And that's why when you go to hospital today, it is not one doctor that meets you. It's a team of doctors who will meet you to analyze, including a psychologist and sometimes a sociologist. Because that's the way they analyze the sicknesses. And the fourth dimension is the authority of knowledge. Say 5 years ago, if you had to buy the mobile and you have a budget of 25,000, how do you choose a mobile? You probably will ask the shop, or you will ask someone who was using the same mobile and say what's the best. But today, if you have to buy a mobile, how do you choose one? Yeah, you go online and search. You go to Flipkart, Amazon, and you contrast and compare the prices and the facilities needed, and you purchase one. Right? Earlier, the authority of knowledge was external. The principal said, the doctor said, if today you go to a doctor and get a prescription, I never take the medicine unless I go to WebMD and check what this medicine is all about. So the authority of knowledge was external. Today, authority of knowledge is internal. I decide what is knowledge for me. And I'm sure when you deal with young adolescents today, the moment you try to talk to them, they will tell you, I know. I know. And you get irritated too. And you would raise your voice and say, how do you know? They know. Because knowledge has been deinstitutionalized. So today, what the skill do you need? Today is a high-stake test. For example, you have NET, NEET, JRF, and across the globe, it's all tests. And how is the test decided? How is it created? Most of the time, it is what we call Likert scale. That means there will be 5 answers. And the question will be designed saying, please mark the best answer. And all the 4 answers will be almost the same. And there is a 5th answer, which you would say none of the above. And how do you do? So that is where what we call computational thinking. Now, what is computational thinking? Computational thinking is the capacity to access information, analyze information, construct knowledge out of it, create multiple solutions, and choose the best. And how many hours do you have to do that? Less than 30 seconds. Interestingly, if you have seen the first brochure of the DBI, this conference, you would see my name, but the photograph was of somebody else. Because I'm sure one who designed it went to Google and said Paul Puducherry. So he got a photograph thinking that it is me. So when I saw the form, I said, this name is mine, but I don't look that way. So I had to call sister and say, sister, I don't think I look the same. Then I had to send another picture so that they could change it. So what happened was the DTP guy went to the Google and typed Paul Puducherry, but he never knew who the fellow was. So he took a photograph and put it there. So this is the challenge today. So the challenge is, today the moment you type in, you get plenty of information. How do you know this information is correct? How do you know this information is right? So today we have more misinformation and fake information than yesterday. So computational thinking is the skill and capacity that you have to develop, is to access information, analyze information, construct knowledge out of it, create multiple solutions, and choose the best. And all the question papers are designed that way. Last week I was with the Public Service Commission and we were discussing, and then I said, you need to understand the theoretical construct, how you create this question paper. So that's an interesting thing that we need to think about. So this is the change that we are talking about. And today we are getting more into the robots. The robotic. I'm sure many of the schools are already introducing robotics and coding and AI and, because this is becoming the part of it. This is where the whole question going to be, how are you going to change? How are you going to manage your schools? The traditional schools will be wiped away within another 6 to 8 years, maximum. That's the time you have. And if you don't change, you perish. It will be like the story of Nokia. Nokia phone, right? Most of us had a Nokia. What happened to Nokia? See, a Nokia never did anything wrong, but others did better. And today Nokia is in history. Simple as that. So this is called Nokia effect. And most of our traditional schools, including Catholic schools, are already having the Nokia effect. And it's withering away from within. It's a reality. It's a reality that we have to encounter. So, my topic is supposed to be AI in the context of AI and also the policies that is coming into. So, now already I introduced AI, right? No question on that. Also policies, now according to SDG goal number 4, there has to be change in education across the globe by 2030. Country like India, we have introduced what we call NEP 2020. And most of the countries, I'm sure Bhutan and every country has to change their education policy, update their policies. This is under the SDG goals, goal number 4. So this has been ratified by every country in the world under the United Nations. So therefore there's a policy which I'm not going to touch upon as much. So here where you are now. Now you choose where you want to go. It's up to you. And you can remain confused or you can move forward. Choice is yours. This is what you are doing now. Right? You have come away from your work. A little time to reflect. And possibly you will have some conversation with each other. And I saw the music, the song that said, go and meet 2-3 people. Listen to the best practices. And then I'm sure by the time you go out, at least you will be messed up quite a bit of your planning. Right? And I hope that would happen by tomorrow, day after. And of course, whenever you start something new, I'm sure there will be a lot of objection. This is not the way we have been doing. Why are we changing? And that initiative will be killed. And then you have a lot of internal tuffle. The vice principal and the principal. The internal tuffle, And it's very interesting to watch how that happens. Even you have the senior most teachers who will say, hum log 3 saal hai idhar. I'm teaching for 30 years. And what new? And then we have people going around like this. Now this is a choice you make. And interestingly, most of you stay here. Your house is like this. The mobile has become the house. And know what we call social intelligence. There's a social intelligence is coming down the entire world. because most of us have made our home our mobiles. And the amount of time that you spend in the mobile is much higher than anyone else. So in the process, you developed a system of lack of what we call the social intelligence, and the process you're not able to handle situations. And there's a lot of sharks outside there. Now look at these days, you have the AI technology, which my student will talk about later. You can mimic anyone's voice today and call and say, Father Paul needs some money. And he can say as though Father Paul is speaking. So there's a lot of vicious practices or social deviant behaviors across the globe that we are seeing today. And at the same time, we are also seeing what to do. There's a lot of confusion that goes across in the process. And that is where we have the VR. And of course, many of us have got into this now, right? Without the mobile. And then the AI technologies that is coming in. We live in a kind of artificial world today. So, now before that, let me ask you one thing. I have 4 water tanks. The next slide. Okay? And you please tell me which tank will get filled first when I open the tap. Agreed? It will be very quick. There will be only 30 seconds. Then I will get back to the slide. Okay. Now tell me which tank will get filled first. 3. 4th. 3. 3. 3. 4. 3. No, that's not true. I am opening the tap. Water will get filled. No. I am really getting worried about the future. Now I wonder, when you talk about Catholic Church, Jesus trained 12 fellows and he realized that will not work. So he had to call back Paul later to survive. It is like this. I am going back to a slide. Look once again. Now all of you said it will be 3 or 4 that will be getting filled. Who? 2. Okay. I am hearing. Oh, thank you. We have 2 people who said 2. 2. Okay. All right. Sorry. This gets slipped off. Sister, which one? Sir, what happened now?
No, 2.
Earlier?
Only at same.
Exactly. See how your eye betrayed you. Your eye betrayed you. No, I never said anything. 4 times. No, that I didn't say. You never asked. Did you ask me that question? You didn't ask. Aap nahi pucha. Correct? So, this is the challenge that we have. Those of you are still struggling, here it is blocked. So, this is a challenge we have. Because the computer technology today kind of often does not give us the right direction. So to the mobile. Because we get so used to, we kind of not learning how to read in depth. Because we are so much used to the mobile, right? For everything. Calculation and everything practically. And this is where the policy part comes in. The 17 Sustainable Goals by United Nations. And this has to be implemented by 2030 across the globe. So when you think about our Honorable Prime Minister, bringing new policies and giving a Sanskrit name, it is actually what you call the 17 sustainable goals. Like a jewel, Jeevan Jewel these days you hear. You talk about Swachh Bharat. All these are part of the 17 sustainable goals. And every institution has to implement this across the globe. Across the globe. It's not only for India. It's not only for Bhutan. I know Bhutan had taken the GDP as a happiness GDP. And I'm sure you're really not sure what it is means now. Because the economy, the price rise is very high. So it's very difficult to manage with that kind of GDP in the world. So there are a lot of issues that's happening. It's mainly because of this reason. And that is where the whole idea of leadership coming into. So today leadership require what I call creativity, thinking process, and of course a lot of innovation. And if that innovation is not there, the whole policy or whole change will not happen. Therefore, it's important for us to ask ourselves, as institutions, what do you want? Or you want to stay with the status quo? And if you don't change, the story will be that of Nokia or of Ambassador car in India. So you can't maintain status quo anymore. So therefore it's important that you think about
what this organization desperately needs is change.
So, unfortunately, many of us are not sure about change. And I'm sure you are here to reflect upon. And that change happens when people interact, DBI, right? When people interact, people engage. And those kind of leadership styles are gone. That doesn't exist anymore. That's no more there. That is where we need to think about 3 dimensions: educational leadership, management, and educational administration. And I would be interchangeably using these words. But at the same time, I will define each of them separately too. So, I'm rushing up a bit. In case anyone to ask question, you can always stop me. Okay? Agreed? Okay. So, let me define education first. There are millions of definitions of education. But for me, for this session, I have defined education as essentially the ability to transmit knowledge, values, skills, competencies, and sensitivity from one generation to the next. Now, this is my definition. For the purpose of this class, I define education as this. I will further define it again. Education should pave the way to brotherly, which is also sisterly, okay? Don't worry. I didn't want to put there more, with the other people, so that genuine unity and peace on earth may be promoted. Because we live in a world where we need to share and we need to care. So therefore, that dimension also we need to come into. So that would be another definition of education, which is of Christian education, the document from the Vatican. Pardon? The previous one? This one. Okay. Yes. Because of the language. Because he used a lot of... Yeah, humanly. You can use the word humanly. Unfortunately, it's not my statement. It is from there. I had to copy it from there. See the declaration on Christian education. So it's not my language. Thank you for the correction. Sure. It's humane, mainly. Sure. Thank you, sir. So, You know, I was going through a lot of documents on education. You can look at any scholars, you know, Dewey and any of them, number of them, my own Professor Starrett and Dennis Shirley and many of them. But then I thought, and also Pope Francis. So I have kind of brought together 4 dimensions of education to understand better. First thing, know oneself. Know oneself. And the second dimension is know the neighbor. Know the neighbor. And the third dimension, know the creation. And we already have enough trouble at the moment. Already the creation is creating havoc. And then we have what I call know the transcendent. The connection with the transcendent. So for me, when I talk about education, I talk about these 4 dimensions. Know oneself, right from Plato, Aristotle, know thyself. Also from Descartes, all these great philosophers who said, know thyself. Understand oneself. Today, our children are not willing to understand themselves because they are distracted with the modern technology. So, know the neighbor. You know, I live in Rani and we have a railway gate. And when the gate is closed, everyone comes and parks on both sides. So when the gate is open, one good thing, no one can go. And everybody is in a hurry. We don't learn how to discipline ourselves in public. So, know the other. Know the neighbor. And next is, of course, know the world or the creation. Because now with the climatic change that's happening, look at the last week rains in Mizoram, right? Heavy rains in Mizoram. Tripura, the paddy is gone. Unseasonal rains. So therefore, the nature. And next, of course, the transcendent. Whichever God you believe into, a connection with the transcendent. So this becomes the element of education. Any questions on this? So that's where I would like to ask the question, what is educational leadership? And how to maintain creativity and innovation in the milieu of technology. Today, you cannot divorce technology. You are married to technology. There is no other way. So therefore, the question is, how do you harness the best of technology for preparing a future for tomorrow? And especially in the world of IT. And because this is where today education leadership becomes much more real. And that also helps us. Now, when you talk about educational management, 3 words: educational management, educational leadership, education administration. 3 different concepts, but they are often interchangeably used. And basically, when you talk about management, it is coping with complexity. It is coping with the complexity. And a leadership is actually leading to what I call coping with change. And then kind of link between both in a way is what I call educational administration. Now, these are 3 distinct sub-disciplines, but falls under the same discipline of, and words are often interchangeably used. So therefore, what is the locus of leadership? Where is the leadership grounded in an educational system? It is in the group. A principal, you are there because of the students. If the students are not there, you are no more the principal. So therefore, it is grounded on the group, residing in the group. And a collective leadership as a type, also as a lens. It's also as a lens. Okay? So you have to take it both as a type and a lens. Now, no leadership is effective if you do not have a system. And system is where AI bringing into. Technology is bringing the system that you need to be effective in your leadership style. Because analyzing the data has become much easier. A system that is dynamic. So therefore, this is what the locus of leadership looks like. Does it make sense? Okay, and now let me define leadership. Yes? Yes, please, sir. Would you mind in using this, sir? Give me that, I'll put on.
Okay. I think this is more dynamic. When you're looking into all this, you are focusing more on the technology, AI, but the worry as a leader in the school is, are we lacking the values, the bondings, the relationships? The human lifespan is just 100 years.
No.
We will not stay 200 years.
No.
Very few may stay. No, I might stay, I don't know. So
we can make an attempt.
But here is, if we focus on to all these technologies, if you focus on all these technologies, we are talking about AI pain. Look at the relationship that actually look into it. But here, when you're looking into the collective leadership as lens, we were also thinking about, are you talking about the needs? Is the lens talking about the needs of the people?
Exactly.
Are you talking about, when you talk about needs of the people, it's also talking about the emotions.
Yes.
It's talking about the feelings.
The 5 dimensions.
How can the AI measure the lens of the feelings of the human beings?
Okay. Can I come to that little later?
Okay.
Actually, hello? I think that mic is better. It doesn't pick up as much. Okay. That's why here I did not explain that. So when you say leadership is residing in a group, how does it emerge? Lot of interactions, lot of engagement, lot of adaptability and adjustability that comes in. And it has to work on a principle. That's where the core values comes in. That's why I did not explain. I'm just summarizing it here so that it's easier to follow. I will come to this as I go along. Okay? So then leadership. And I think there are something like, one day I looked at the Google, I think it's about more than 1 million definition on leadership. So for this class purpose, I have defined leadership as this. Okay? So leadership is a practice of mobilizing people to tackle tough challenges and develop capacity to adapt and thrive in the challenging environments. It's about diagnosing the essential, distinguishing it from the expandable, and bringing about real change in the world. Here comes the answer. Develop the capacity to adapt and thrive in the challenging environment. It's about diagnosing the essential, the core values of a society, the culture of a society, the predominant natures of the society, and then distinguishing it from expandable and bringing about real challenge to the status quo. So change and continuity. Everything cannot change. There has to be an underpinning principle where change will take place onto. That is where the core values will never change. But expression of a value will change. Yeah. It is like, I'm sure when you're in Bhutan, I have seen most of you bend and wish. Am I right? And here in India, the North India, we say namaste. And Northeast, we normally shake hand. And if you are in Europe, mostly you kiss on the cheek. And if you are in the US, you normally hug. When you go to Gangetic Belt, in a winter, in a summer, I don't want to go and hug anybody because the sweat of the smell will be terrible. So I say namaskar. So any of these expressions of a value is based on a climatic conditions. It also has to do with that.
But sometimes, if I don't know, something also with the I expect you to hug me, and if you do not hug me, then I feel something disconnected.
Well, it's a matter of debate. And I shall not engage into hugging now. Because I need to protect my teeth. Okay. So, when you talk about leadership, you're talking about synergy. You're talking about motivation. You're talking about innovation. You're talking about teamwork. You're talking about creativity. And above all, a passion. A passion. And that's what the leadership is about. So educational leadership embodies these dimensions. It embodies these dimensions. Okay? So, now pre-COVID education and post-COVID education. There's a lot of change that has happened. We did a lot of things pre-COVID, right? And post-COVID is different. And that is where our challenge is going to be there. And this is what we are seeing today of young adolescents on post-COVID. You have depression on a higher scale, psychosomatic sickness are on the high, addiction to mobiles, addiction to drugs, alcohol, and other drugs. Also very, again, high level of depression that is seen. Now, this is some of the reality that you encounter in a post-COVID world. You also encounter in the post-COVID world this the weird behavior of children today. Now these are, I'm not saying every child is that way, but you are seeing the percentage of children who are different are very high post-COVID. And one is, as I said, the social intelligence is missing. It has reduced because of you people, basically. Because you are the ones who told our children, bring mobile and sit whole day with the mobile. And you had classes from morning till evening, and you got them addicted. Now you say, get out of it. Arey, what is this here? So, this is the reality of post-COVID that we are seeing.
Friends, this is Simarjeet Singh back again with the Poetry That Inspires series. And as we begin today, I have a question for you. Do you play the victim when things are not working well for you? Are you someone who asks, why me, when things are not going well? And are you also someone who forgets to ask the same question during good times? Well, if that's the case, author Barbara Vance has a powerful reminder for you in this beautiful short poem aptly titled, Why Me? If you have to ask why me when you're feeling really blue, when the world has turned against you and you don't know what to do, when it pours colossal raindrops and the road's a winding mess, and you're feeling more confused than you ever could express, when the saddened sun won't shine, when the stars will not align, when you'd rather be inside your bed, the covers pulled above your head, when life is something that you dread, and you have to ask, why me? Then, when the world seems right and true, when rain has left a gentle dew, when you feel happy being you, please ask yourself, why me then too? Please ask yourself, why me then too? An excerpt from Susie Bittner Was Afraid of the Drain by Barbara Vance at susiebittner.com. We're really thankful to her for her permission to read this poem. Friends, it's often said that this is how the story goes, that the legendary Wimbledon player, Arthur Ashe, who was dying of AIDS, which he got due to infected blood he received during a heart surgery in 1983, he received millions of letters in the mail, one of them asking the same question. Why you, Arthur? Haven't you asked God why did He have to select you for such a horrible disease? Have you never asked God, why me? To which Arthur Ashe replied, 50 million children started playing tennis. 5 million learned to play the tennis. 500,000 learned professional tennis. 50,000 came to the circuit. 5,000 reached Grand Slam. 50 reached Wimbledon. 4 reached the semifinals. 2 reached the finals. And when I was holding the cup in my hand, I never asked God, why me, at that moment. When I was holding that coveted cup in my hand, I never asked God, why me? And now that I'm in pain, I'm suffering and I'm dying, how can I ask God, why me, at this point of time? Psychologists have identified something in human beings which is called the negativity bias, due to which, my friends, this is what we do. We blow the negative events in our life out of proportion. And then we make sweeping statements about our life, like life has always been unfair to me. Nothing has ever worked out for me. I have always been unhealthy, etc., etc. We set up these self-limiting beliefs and we follow them. And what I want you to do as I close this video is to sit in meditation and challenge these self-limiting beliefs. Always unfair? Nothing has ever really worked out? Challenge this self-limiting belief. Dwell on what has worked well for you, the moments of joy and beauty, however short, and let this new perspective change your emotions, your feelings, and your life.
So I think that's exactly what it is. When you talk about leadership, it's a paradigm shift. It's creating a new belief system. It is creating a new thinking process. And this is the way so far, pre-COVID, we were trained. When we were a child, our parents said, this is what you need to do. This is the way you have to behave. And we were choreographed by others. And it worked well. And it was wonderful so far. But now, that does not work anymore. Now, today's children, with the arrival of AI and other technology, they construct themselves. And this is called self-directed learner. Self-directed learner. Today, children learn. No, I disagree with you. You are perfect with that. You know, I'm a farmer. Last week I brought about 25 chicks. How did I do that? I developed an incubator. And I managed to spend 250 rupees to make it. I got an old, fish box, got a thermostat, learned how to set the temperature for 37.5 degrees Celsius, put a 100-watt bulb, and that's it. This morning I have turkey chicks has come out already. I'm a farmer. Basically, I'm an academician. But how did I learn that? I never asked anybody. So today, self-directed learning. Practically everything you can learn today without the help of anyone.
But you learned that, you know how you learned that so much, the degree should be so much. And the bulb can produce that degree. It's already existing. You constructed the whole thing.
I agree. So today what we do is that we help children. You brought a beautiful thing. I will take on that, the constructive approach to learning. Earlier we used the behaviorist approach. Today we use the constructivist approach. And this is what we need more and more to happen. And what happens is when, this is the way we conducted our exams. He said, you by heart and omit, we'll give you A. And if you write exactly the way I taught you, I'll give you an A+. And this is the way we got the children to do that. And this is the way we conducted our exams. The chemistry teacher said, what is there in your head on chemistry. English teacher asked the same question. We had this summative assessment, which was not formative. So earlier we had assessment of learning, then we moved to assessment for learning. Now we are moving to assessment as learning, the hands-on learning process. Now this is what we are talking about today. So when you talk about educational leadership, you are looking at these dimensions. What caused the fall of the child? Pardon?
By itself,
Yeah.
blaming the cat.
Exactly. So far we blamed the cat. We said because of the cat I fell down. But now the new system is saying own responsibility. Take ownership for your fall. This is what the change that we are talking about. That means we need to scan the environment. As educators, we have to scan the environment and see what is available. And if a child is choreographed by others today, and when they go to a job market, this is what will happen. That's why we have so much of unemployment today. So much of unemployment happening today. That's mainly because they have plenty of certificates with them, but they don't have the skills, competency, and proficiency. So this is what we are talking about. Now, what is happening with education administration? We defined educational leadership in terms of assessment, in terms of instruction, and in terms of learning. Now comes the administration. Administration is all about identifying, managing, motivating, controlling, and uniting formal and informally organized people and material resources within an integrated system intended to particularly to accomplish predetermined goals. So when you have a vision and a mission, then it is the administration that takes over, the system. It's not my own words, I have borrowed it. So, education administration system of proper utilization of workforce and materials for effective and well-organized teaching and learning in the school. That's the education administration is about. And it's about entrusted with organizing teaching force. I'm not missing the kids here. I'm coming into exactly with the teachers. Instead of acting as an authoritarian figure that tries to improve teachers' performance, serves as a problem-solving facilitator, and in order to complete a task successfully and effectively enhance the instructional process. Now this is education administration is about. So 3 words: education leadership, education administration, and educational management. So, those of you cannot see from the back, it's providing guidance and improving of teaching pedagogical skills. My postdoctorate is in pedagogy. So I've done a lot of work on that, and we realized that today the pedagogy has to change. The way we teach. Most of us are used to traditional pedagogy, which was good and excellent, but it will not work anymore because society has changed drastically. So, principals are the instructional leaders responsible for becoming apt at the leadership practices most directly associated with improvement in instruction. So, that's again, so coming to as an instructional leader. As a principal, you have 2 functions: as an instructional leader and as an administrative leader. That instruction. So, this is where it is about a distinctive way of speaking, listening, writing, reading, coupled with a distinctive way of acting interacting, valuing, feeling, dressing, thinking, believing with the other people, at the various objects, tools and technologies, so as to enact specific, socially recognizable identities, engage in specific and socially recognized activities. That also is not mine, I have borrowed it. Whenever I borrow, I acknowledge. Here comes the whole strong leadership comes in. Consistent focus on improving instruction, building committed staff, and here is the data use with a strategic teacher recruitment, management, and intensive professional development as are components necessary to turn around a low-performing school. I think this is a challenge for many of us today. How do we turn around our schools? Do we want to have an Nokia effect, or do we want to take the challenge and make the change that is needed? Many of our schools, there's a lot of favor happens. That teacher, sometimes people appoint their kith and kin in the school, and then things go wrong. So as an educational, as a principal, you have to have principles in life. There has to be rubrics. There has to be systems. And if the systems and rubrics are not in place, and if you start doing favors, your institution is gone. And many of our institutions are doing a lot of favor. And interestingly, our political people are very good in asking for favor. And sometimes they will threaten you to give the favor if you don't give. So in the process, education institutions are degenerating or degrading itself. So this is another challenge that you have to address, because it's a major trap that you are seeing in. Because, since I didn't want to put any particular school's name, because there are different people who has to uphold it with a lot of diversity that can be brought about. And today, this is what I talk about educational leadership. Well, it's up to you. So, our schools are centered on learning and teaching. And learning and teaching at every level. When I talk about learning, it's not only about academic learning. It's also learning values, culture, customs, traditions, knowing the other. The 4 dimensions. Know thyself, know the other, know the creation, and know the transcendent. And that's the movement that takes place. So, this is a question probably you could ask yourself. How can we stem the tide of decreasing enrollment? Already, there's a decreasing enrollment in the high-end schools now. The one is, can we sustain our schools financially, yet to be committed to the mission? Next is, how do we help our students to navigate new challenges in a secular culture, including pressing issues of technology and gender? These are some of the questions probably you can reflect upon. Any questions, clarifications? We will come to the second session. Shall we do that? Yes, please.
With regard to the research activities, the bibliography, the footnote, all these are still necessary. So with the coming of AI, how do we proceed further for research activities?
There is something called plagiarism. Now, as a research guide, we will not accept more than 10 to 12% plagiarism.
AI still...
So we are not asking you to use AI.
Yeah.
So when you write a doctoral thesis or an academic article, you have to acknowledge. If it is not yours, acknowledge it. That is why today we call APA style format, American Psychological Association. We have MLA format. MLA has got footnotes. APA has got citation and references. What is cited has to be referred, what is referred has to be cited. There is no excuse to it. Absolutely no.
I thought AI still continue to use all those footnotes and bibliographies.
No, AI will inform your research, but you have to do your research.
All right. Verified. Thank you so much.
Clarified?
For that. Yeah.
So it's the choices that you make. That means you have to think out of the box.
Right. Very interesting.
Otherwise, the whole system is inviting us, to think out of the box. Balance your life. Yes, please, sir.
I will stand up once now.
Should I sit now? Should I sit?
It has two reasons. I want to give exercise oxygen to my body, and others can see me both. Now the question is the dilemma that you have from the presentations. We are doing a lot of reflections in me. I think everyone is doing this since we are all educationists and from the education background. The curriculum, the program that we put into the children in the classrooms, we were worried, are we producing the products, or are we making the human beings? What should we do? If you look into the AI, if you look into technologies, we are actually competing with the products. We are competing with the technologies. That shows that usually when we look into the science, we have three types of brain: the thinking brain and feeling brain. The technology and the third brain is the gut brain. The technology is mostly looking into the thinking brain, not the feeling brain. So you, as a researcher or an educationist, what do you suggest?
Think with your heart.
So this is what we have. Again, we have certain cultural values in our own societies and countries. For example, in Bhutan, our king would always say, everyone should be nationally rooted. You should be globally competent. But nationally rooted is talking about the culture values that we have, the happiness. So now when you look into this, are we making a robot, or should we make human being? So that's something I like to tell.
I think it's a wonderful question that you asked. Actually, that's exactly what the challenge. That's why I use the word, if you remember, harness the power of technology. Don't you become slave of a technology. Rather, technology as a tool. Unfortunately, our children are not trained, and in the process, they become slaves of technology today. They should never become See, even when you, sir, asked about AI only gives whatever bullshit you give it out. Only thing it's able to access it and analyze it and make it in a shorter form. But it doesn't think for itself. It's a human brain that thinks and put in the matter. It is only coordinating, or it is only delineating what you want. So it's not producing anything new. It's a human mind that will produce. Technology can never defeat us. We are creating technology in our own image today. And our image will change as technology changes, and is vice versa. I think this is exactly where the challenge is. AI does not create anything new. AI collates everything and gives you an easier platform. It's like, remember that calculator we used? Very easy to calculate, but it's a brain. So what we need is, as I put this together, see here, we have to have a balance of both. Otherwise we'll be machines. And if you have only the heart, then nobody will do the work. You need to have this balance of both. And that becomes the challenge. That is where we have what I call the emerging pedagogy comes in. This is where you have these 5 dimensions. And I also believe we have to have a spiritual dimension, a spirituality of education. a spirituality of education. Unfortunately, we educators have not developed that yet. We have not developed. So we need to develop that spirituality of education.
But usually from Bhutan, we live with the spirituality.
Yes. I realize I have visited a couple of times to Bhutan, to border areas, of course. And I used to wonder, because this side of the border you people hong, other side of the border is much more clean and neat. And people are more polite. Thank you. And I hope you will forgive me because I didn't allow you to sleep. Now I think the tea is ready. So can we have a cup of tea and come back at 4:30? Is it acceptable? Thank you. And when we come back, we will start with the questions. If any one of you have a question, please ask me a question, not a paragraph. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Now we will have tea in level 5 terrace, just where you had your lunch. Just Kaziranga terrace here. And we'll be back here and be seated by 4:30.
Any clarifications, questions? Be precise in your question, so that's easier to. Any clarifications? I will do something about early childhood education a little later. I thought I'll start with it, but I think I'll continue this a little bit, and then is that okay? Okay. So when you talk about education today, now these are some of the areas that is emerging as a challenge today. First is curriculum. Now there's a need to revisit curriculum. In our country, in India now, we have got NCF, National Curriculum Framework, which has come out. It's wonderful, very extensive, but practically impractical. So there's a need to, relook at the curriculum. Then you have the whole issue of learning and pedagogy. Earlier pedagogy, as I said, it worked well. It has served its purpose. Now I think we need a different pedagogy. Because of the 4 reasons. Knowledge is deinstitutionalized, knowledge is interdisciplinary, and the authority of knowledge is internal, and of course the authority of knowledge. So the whole issue. Then about teachers. We have a lot of teachers who are trained, and good number of them buying a certificate of training. And we have so many universities which are selling certificates. So now this is also creating a major havoc in the teaching career. Then you have the whole recruitment and retention of children. Then you have issue of administration with the government, with the other agencies, local administration, the board, 9 yards. You have whether you have a CBSE, ICSE, or SEBA in Assam, all these issues. Then you have the infrastructure. Now there's one thing is called inclusive education. Now earlier, children who were differently able were out. Now they're also going to be part of the school system. Therefore, infrastructure has to be redesigned. Now electricity has to be there in every classroom because you need all the smart boards to work. So the climatic conditions, the infrastructure development. Then you have definitely the resources that are needed. How do you raise resources? Government funded, partly funded, crowdfunding, CSR funding. So then you have the language. Whatever you may say, English is becoming more and more global language. But at the same time, we cannot forget our own languages. So we have to have 2 or 3 language policies that has to happen. And then of course the accreditation that is coming in. Then you have what we call the vocational courses, the skill that is needed. And then you are also looking at the guardians. How do we convince the guardians today? The parents are still busy with comparing marks of nursery. In our country, in India, these marks are no more needed because there's a common university entrance exam. So therefore, class 12 and 10 marks are not essential. So, but then still we are busy with that. Now, this is some of the areas of challenges in the school. And how do we handle them? We have no universal answer. It has to be locally devised, depending on the state that you are in. But I think as far as the pedagogy is concerned, you have to incorporate technology into it. There is no doubt about it. Only then you can keep the attention of the children. And they feel more comfortable. And then the next is what you call hands-on learning. Give them more project works. We may not have to have the school every day. We may have to have extension activities. Like in Assam, we have an organization called ASSET, Association of Assam Catholic Trust of Education Institutions. Now, we started this year with the 5 schools wherein we requested the government of Assam to give the land where the school does not have the land. And we are planting trees. And every tree is geotagged. So the student can see the tree from anywhere in the world. And we have started that process, and next year I hope with the cooperation of the Assam Catholic schools, we want to develop into at least plant about 3 lakh trees in Assam. My suggestion to the schools is, every year for 12 years, a child plants 1 tree. So 12 trees. And 12 into 3 lakh students, calculate for yourself. And this will be geotagged so that children can see, this is my tree. They can put on the Facebook, they can put on the WhatsApp, they can, So working on something like this. I work with the vulture research. And we had plenty of vultures in this country. 99% of the vultures are dead. Only 1% vulture is remaining. And if that 1% die, we die. That's why we have a lot of new sicknesses that is emerging today. Because vultures are scavengers. And when they don't eat the carcass, new bacteria are produced. And you will see a lot of new sicknesses in the livestock as well as in human beings. So we have to maintain that big bird, vulture, which eats a dead body. Anyway, so then comes the infrastructure. One thing is you have to create a system of monitoring, evaluation in the schools. And that's where technology comes in. That means a child can be followed from 3+ till 18 years old. And the technology help you to do that. And find out, remember the multiple intelligence of Gardner? And then we can see which child would be good at what. So at the same time, don't forget the emotional intelligence to EI. That also cannot be forgotten. So these are the 12 areas of challenges that you would come across in any education institutions. You can add more. I just summarized into that. So, what do you see? 2 faces? Basically, it's a flower vase. Sir? See, what do you see in your mind? That is why the poem said, self-limiting beliefs. Self-limiting beliefs. As an educator, you have to clarify what is your self-limiting beliefs are. Now, this is because of your self-limiting, you didn't think otherwise. Immediately said faces, 2 faces. It's a flower vase. Yeah, it's a flower vase. So, this is where you start thinking. The multi-dimensional thinking process that is needed today as an educational leader. No quick decisions, but it has to analyze what is happening. Otherwise, this is what happens today. I'm an advocate at the High Court. Many of my juniors are very happy today. You know why? Because we get plenty of divorce cases. And junior lawyers always like divorce cases. That's why you get little money. Quick money you get. And not much work. So, a lot of it is what's happening today. And I'm hearing about children raping the other children. Recently we had cases. Suicides. A lot of issues happening with emotions too in the schools. And we are also seeing a lot of fights today in the classrooms. Yeah. Globally. It's across the globe. See, that's why we live in a time what I call is a post-truth era. Post-truth era. Now, what is post-truth? We all know what is truth. Post-truth is, I believe, therefore I am right. So you put the same lie on a Facebook 10 times, people believe that it to be true. So that's called post-truth. So, educational leadership. So each of those challenges we can, this is an important dimension. High expectation from children. Because there's a lot of mediocrity today among the children. Because of the technology, they say, "Arey, may manage karega. I can manage." That managing, somehow, that culture of excellence, culture of perfection has to come more and more towards it. And this technology is going to throw us away very fast. Sound, please. Sound.
Introducing Ecto.
Okay, I'll play that again. Okay, yeah.
Introducing Ectolife, the world's first artificial womb facility, powered entirely by renewable energy. Ectolife allows infertile couple to conceive a baby and become the true biological parents of their own offspring. It's a perfect solution for women who had their uterus surgically removed due to cancer or other complications. With Ectolife, premature births and C-sections will be a thing of the past. Ectolife is designed to help countries that are suffering from severe population decline, including Japan, Bulgaria, South Korea, and many others. The facility features 75 highly equipped labs. Each state-of-the-art lab can accommodate up to 400 growth pods or artificial wombs. Every pod is designed to replicate the exact conditions that exist inside the mother's uterus. A single building can incubate up to 30,000 lab-grown babies per year. Ectolife allows your baby to develop in an infection-free environment. The pods are made of materials that prevent germs from sticking to their surfaces. Every growth pod features sensors that can monitor your baby's vital signs, including heartbeat, temperature, blood pressure, breathing rate, and oxygen saturation. The artificial intelligence-based system also monitors the physical features of your baby and reports any potential genetic abnormalities. The pods are equipped with a screen that displays real-time data on the developmental progress of your baby. These data are sent directly to your phone so you can track your baby's health from the comfort of your zone. The app also provides you with a high-resolution live view of your baby's development. A special section in the app allows you to watch a time-lapse of your baby's growth and share it directly with your loved ones. Because babies can recognize language and learn new words while still in the womb, Ectolife growth pods feature internal speakers that play a wide range of words and music to your baby. Through the app, you can choose the playlist that your baby listens to. You can also directly sing to your baby and make them familiar with your voice before birth. Our goal is to provide you with an intelligent offspring that truly reflects your smart choices.
Imagine this challenge that's coming ahead. So that's why the world ahead is very challenging. Unless we educators start reimagining education, I think we may not be able to. Look at the house that is coming in.
The house in 10 years can be surrounded by watching the sun. The roof is solar. You'll never have to pay an electricity bill again. Also, the roof folds down. It can be made transparent at the touch of a button. You can sunbathe in the room. True ventilation and light. The glass has its own wiper. Can be cleaned automatically. The window can be extended to become a balcony. Relaxation and light at the same time. Automatic wardrobe collection on the balcony. Clothes can be collected automatically when it rains. Exterior walls can be slid open. Open during the day for ventilation. Closed at night for insulation. Automatic cleaning with wall climbing robots on the outside. Every day is a new house. The walls can be switched to a vegetable garden at the touch of a button. Clean the air and grow vegetables to eat. Folding basketball hoops can be installed on the outside walls. Able to play sports without compromising on aesthetics. The garage floor is equipped with wireless charging. Also equipped with an automatic car wash. You can leave the house clean and dry every day. The canopy opens automatically when it rains. Keeps out the elements and keeps the yard dry. There is also a watering system in the yard. Fully automatic watering of plants and vegetables. Electricity in the courtyard. Electricity is provided by a wind turbine on the wall. The house can also be moved. When you want to go on a trip, the car is ready to go as soon as it is hooked up. When you arrive at the tourist destination, the transformation begins at the touch of a button. In 10 minutes, a fully equipped villa is automatically set up. An alarm system is set up in the grounds. Automatic warning of a burglar break-in. When you return home from a trip, the intelligence system automatically turns on the lights, adjusts the room temperature. Coffee will be ready when you get home. Wouldn't you like to own such a perfect home?
It's a reality today. You know, even when I go home to my sister's house, I see no switches at all. I have to say, "Hi Google, put on light number 1," and the light goes on. It's already there. So technology is already there. So the whole question is, how do we? And that's why UNESCO came out and said, we need to have 10 skills for every child. And they are called life skills. They are divided into 3. Thinking skills, social skills, and coping skills. Because there's a lot of stress in society today. Lot of stress. And they are further divided into problem solving, decision making, critical thinking, creative thinking, self-awareness, empathy, effective communication, interpersonal communication, and coping with the stress and coping with emotion. Now, these are the 10 skills that we need for every child. And this is UNESCO's recommendation. So, this is what most of us learned in school. Am I right? At least this is what I learned. And this is what we need today. We need to teach our children the need of sleep. Good number of our children are not sleeping today properly because of the mobiles. And that is affecting the brain, actually, development. I'll come to that a little later. So I have narrowed down 10 skills that are needed for 21st century, which has to be infused and instilled into children. The first one being complex problem solving. Every problem is complex today. Second, critical thinking. Able to think critically, creatively, and clearly. Creativity. People management. You have coordination and network. Today, mobiles networks are terrific, right? We can network to any part of the globe, any time of the day today. And we live in network today. So, See, many of us thought it's a boy and a girl, right? But in reality, that's why the thinking process is needed. Because we have self-limiting beliefs. Not true. Not true. Exactly. And that is why what I call the whole emotional intelligence. How do we manage emotions? I'm not using the word control. I'm talking about managing emotions today. And we need to learn, we need to teach our children. Negotiation skills. See, earlier, I don't know, at least in my home when I was small, we were 7 children and father and mother, but we had one toilet and we managed. And everyone was on time. But today that doesn't work. Now if you have 5 people, there are 6 toilets today. Things have changed. So we have lost the capacity to negotiate today. Most of our kids don't know how to negotiate. Negotiation skills. Decision making. You ask a child to make a decision, they don't make. They postpone the decision. Because decision means responsibility. And they don't want to own that. And then what we call cognitive flexibility. That means I'm an advocate. When someone comes to me, I will have to immediately think from 3 dimensions. The culprit, the victim, and the judge. And it has to be done quickly. Only then I can give the solution or suggest recommend an idea or an issue, solve the issues. Then we have what we call service orientation. Service with a smile. Now, these are the 10 skills that I have narrowed down. You can have any kind of skills. There are a lot of research papers that has come about the skills and what kind of jobs are available. If any of you need, I will be willing to send me a WhatsApp, I'll send you those papers. Okay. Now this is my own narrowing down, okay? You can create, but I have a lot of my research, what I see, these are some of the predominant skills that are needed for the 21st century. Learning from experience. Earlier, this was done by our grandparents. When we fell down or something, when we did something wrong, our grandparents sat with us. But today, nuclear families. So children are not getting an opportunity to learn from the mistakes. And they are repeating the mistakes again and again. That's why we have children from class 6 onwards with our research, they are becoming more sexually active today, which is frightening. And now we are going to deal very soon with child pregnancy. These are all real, not something rare. It is happening. So these are issues that we need to be able to move forward. That's where Rabindranath Tagore's song becomes so
where
important.
The mind is without fear, and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where words come out from the depth of truth, where tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert sand of dead habit, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action, into that heaven of freedom, my Father. Let my country awake.
So when you talk about education, This is very true. Very true. So when you talk about new, that doesn't mean that we are throwing away the past. We need to embrace the past and look to the future. Look to the future by acknowledging our past and holding strong onto it. So it's a collective process that we said. That's why when you ask me that question, here is it. It's a leadership paradigm is becoming a collective process. No more that individual one-man show, especially in the school background. And that is where the whole transformational leadership comes in. We also talk about transactional leadership, but we need in a school situation more towards a transformational leadership, which is also a culmination or a joint of also the servant leadership model. So today when you talk about leadership is to recognize and nurture communities of practice in their core activities, but particularly facilitate active boundary process to extend collaboration to collegiality, where leadership can then be demonstrated or exercised by a variety of actors in different situations. This is education leadership today. I hope to get my book out by February. I hope it will be out. Yeah. So, to be a professional is to have acquired a set of skills through competency-based training, which enables practitioners to develop according to a contract, a custom-led service in compliance with accountability procedure, collaboratively implemented and managerially assured. I know these are some heavy statements, but it has a lot of meaning behind of it. So, task-related, people-related. Sir, you asked me that question. Task-related, people-related. Administrative, academic. Institutional, individual. Managerial and educational. That's what educational leadership is about. So, this is the time of migration of birds. And you will never see the same bird in the front always. They keep moving. So this is the type of leadership. This was our typical educational leadership in our schools. This is gone. It's a history. It's a history. But this is no more relevant today. And then we have some principles are like this. So, now these are some of the components of a leadership. Now when you talk about it, there's a commanding leadership. Do what I tell you. Visionary, come with me. Affiliate, people come first. Democratic, think, what do you think? Pace setting, do as I do. Coaching, try this. When you talk about educational leadership, it's a combination of this. A blend of all this. It cannot be one. It has to be blend. Because emergency situation, you will have to stand up and say, do what I tell you. Because you need one leader if there's an earthquake. We cannot have too many leaders at that moment. So this is a combination of all that. And that is why today educational leadership is this. Walking with and walking along. Walking with and walking along. This is educational leadership. As a principal, you walk with your students. That is why today I feel so pained when I go to schools. Because principals are sitting in the office and watching the cameras. Your cameras only for records. If there is a problem, you have a document. That is not for you to see. You have to be seen on the ground. You have to be seen on the verandas. You need to be seen in the staff rooms. You have to be seen the entire school campus. Not sitting in the office. That camera is to create records. If there's a theft, if there's a fight, you need that. Otherwise, it is not for you to look at. Unfortunately, many of the young principals I see very happy sitting in front of a big screen. Please don't do that for the heaven's sake. You're destroying your own school. You're destroying your own school. So walking with and walking along. So how do you do that? How do you manage this change? First thing is what I call it, talk about the past. Talk about the past. Second thing what you do is, what I call is basically what happened. What happened in our school? And the third is imagine or describe the current situation. So first is talk about it, what happened, describe, and the last part is imagine if. Imagine if. This is the process of change. So here no force, but here you become, as Nelson Mandela said, you inspire others and you inspire yourself. Unless you inspire yourself as a teacher or a leader, you can't inspire the others. That's why I asked you that question, where do you get your energy from? Where do you draw your energy from?
For my unconquerable soul, I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
Today, President Mandela takes office in Pretoria, using black aspirations with white fears.
Sisters, this is the time to build our nation. All of the whites are cheering for South Africa. All of the blacks are cheering for England. Tell me, Francois, how do we inspire ourselves to greatness when nothing less will do? How do we inspire everyone around us?
I think he wants us to win the World Cup.
Rugby is a political calculation.
It is a human calculation.
Need to change as well. You become more than just a rugby team.
Did you ever imagine this? How could I?
Do you hear? Listen to your country. This is it. This is our destiny.
I am the captain of my soul.
That's from the movie Invictus. Inspire yourself first. As a principal, as a leader, you have to inspire yourself. Once you are inspired, you can inspire the other. That is where you inspire your teachers. Bring in that confidence, self-expression, attention, desire, and appreciation. And I try to summarize what I have spoken to you from two dimensions. One from a cognitive dimension, other one will be from an emotional dimension. So when you talk about it, first is communication. You have thinking, activity, mindset, processing, and awareness. Imaginative, persuasive, self-aware, reflective, synthesizing, and knowledgeable. Now comes the other dimension, enactive, critical, productive, perceptive. Yeah. So the black ones are rational, and the other one is the intuitive. Now when you talk about intuitive, that is where your emotion plus spirituality. Now, what is spirituality? According to MIT, spirituality is the capacity to connect. Connect with all. Feelings, with yourself, intra-communication, interpersonal communication, and mass communication. Also with the nature. And it's also the motivating power within you. The intrinsic motivation, which comes from within. And it is not the extrinsic motivation, intrinsic motivation. And that's what the spirituality is all about. And that's what I thought I'll summarize into this. So, Does this make sense?
Yes, sir.
One thing is, when you're talking about cognitive and the decisions that we take, if we can have a blend of these two,
Yes.
sometimes we say this decision becomes sooner or later.
Yes. That's why think with your heart. Think with your heart. And that's where the blending happens. Only then our institutions becomes a success.
But usually when you look into the human connectedness,
Yeah.
we usually look in the connections are done through feelings.
Yes. We connect through feelings because we are human beings.
The connections are done through feelings, and feelings are so powerful.
Very powerful.
Whereas the cognitive level, the rational level comes from the cognitive, the thinking level. But usually now as an educator, as an administrator, or as an, professionals, how you take things into the children in the classrooms need to be based on the needs of the child.
Yes.
And the situation there.
Sure.
Because that human connectivity is so important, because that actually creates the harmony in the society.
Very true,
So
sir.
harmony is so important across the globe.
Yeah.
I think this should be a universal, language. The harmony need to be created through, across the globe.
And we are losing that.
That we are losing this.
Because we live in a world of what I call three areas: globalization, flexibilization, and polarization.
That's right.
Flexibilization is job at will today.
So one thing that we actually, the danger that we see is it is the business. It is the intellectual business that gets into the in the society that actually pulls people to go for it.
Yes.
So somewhere as an educationist, as a citizen of any nation, need to balance that.
Sure.
If you do not balance that, harmony would be
We'll have problems.
lost.
Yeah.
That's
You look at this ad.
बेटा मेरी छड़ी उठा दोगे?
जी माँ जी।
थैंक यू। थैंक यू बेटा, अच्छा हुआ तूने कुछ नहीं किया।
मोस्ट वेलकम माँ जी।
कभी कुछ ना करके भी देखो। Eat 5 star, do nothing.
Now, an ad like this sends a wrong signals. Very wrong signal to society. And then we are not, see, this is where educationalists are becoming silent. And our political leaders are becoming silent because they get money. And this kind of ads are the one which actually creates a lot of issues today. So, that is where the whole value system comes into. And one thing we have to realize, it's a journey to destination. Education is finally, it's a journey to the destination. So, hello. Yes. Can you put this on? Hello. Okay, I think it's fine. So, when you talk about it, incorporating emergence, that means contingent management, developing trust, reducing leadership and management. Now here I am talking about reducing it. That means you are the leader, but you are not exercising subsidiarity. You empower others. And that is where the sense of belonging comes in. See school as an institution. Does it make sense? That's the world we live in today. There's a lot of traps today. Hello. Lot of lots of So, any questions so far? I can go on, but then I'll just do one more. Now, these are the problems of the world that we are facing today. And I told you about globalization, flexibilization, and polarization. We all know what globalization is. Polarization, we know, rich and the poor against religions. And today, flexibilization. You have skills and competency, you are hired. Otherwise, you are fired. And we also live in a very multitasking world today. Online marketings. And we have a lot of our children going through these problems today. And of course, as educational leaders, nothing against women, okay? I have the next video, don't beat me up. But in some reality, I thought I should present.
Do you want me to try?
No, I can do it.
You have to twist a bit.
You just hold the torch properly. It's impossible.
Honestly, let me try.
Okay, hold it. See? It's just because I was holding the torch properly. And a lot of it is happening today. A lot of it. And with the selfies, it has become a reality. And you see this is also with a lot of competition today. Tough competition in the market. And we are also seeing the elements where we have children cutting out of their cultures, their own families, and their own rootedness. And which is a very interesting phenomenon. But I don't have solutions, but we can have different solutions. We have no one solution at all.
Will you help instead of just recording? Get this side.
Kevin, you help with yourself?
Okay. Isaiah.
Hey, you.
Mama! Mama, siwezi kutoka!
So there is no one solution. We will have to discover or reinvent solutions to the problems of today. That's my phone number and my email ID. I will move to another section. That's why I just wanted to stop at this moment. Any questions and clarifications? Anyone wants to clarify, ask questions?
Logic.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Father, after all this, some kind of understanding that what I have, now the AI is the fast growing, and then we are in a changing world. We have to adapt to situations, and due to which, because of this intelligence, artificial intelligence growing,
yeah.
There is also, as you said, spirituality is a connecting with everything. Okay. Now, many of our students and our society or the students, they are getting disconnected to spirituality, no more interest for spirituality, God and this kind, because of all this. Now there we are in this situation.
Yes.
And we have to change. Yes.
Yes.
A lot of things we gave, of course, about all this. So many things I have taken down. Okay. Certain things I need to reflect. Now, while trying to change, we have to adapt ourselves to change. There is also danger that we also become part of that change, and then we also become disconnected to God, the spirituality, that is we are supposed to have.
Father, let me stop you since I have a limitation of time. One, when you use the terminology, you have to define what it is. When you say God, it may not, the meaning of God, how do you see God, could be different understanding for different people. Or spirituality.
You had put one point that transcendence.
Yes, that's why I put transcendence. Because you will have to define what it is for yourself and for the context of an education institution. The challenge of most of our educators is we use words without clarifying the terminology. Like if you had seen my class, whenever I used I immediately put a definition. What do I mean by it? Often in education institutions, we use words and gestures without interpreting and making it understand the other. So a lot of problems happen. As Gandhi said, change begins with you. Be the change you want to see. And I think the moment we are able to change ourselves, the world changes. I'm sorry to stop you because, we have a session to proceed. Quick question, please be precise in your question, so it's easier to answer. Anyone? Okay. All right. Then let me go ahead to the, I already talked about educational leadership already. I'm not going to touch upon that. But early childhood education. Now reframing educational leadership in the context of early childhood. Now United Nations have come out with this very clearly. A nation is only good as its children. Let us invest in our future by investing in our early childhood. And this is the key. Investing in our children. Because they are the future. And they are the world. Now Sam is 1 hour old. What does he make of the world? How does he deal with the information from his senses? Sight, hearing, and touch. These days I do a lot of experiment with my chickens. As soon as they hatch out, I go and check how they respond to you. The sound, the touch, the smell. They're all confused. Then you start making the same sound and feed with the same sound every day. then they feel at home. Uncertainty. So today there is a lot of uncertainty in our society. So when a child is born, how do we handle that? This child was playing happily until a stranger appeared. Sense of security. Today, sense of security is less. I have 2 doctor students who just completed their doctorate under me on child sexual abuse, and would happen during the COVID. And we have extensive data. And sometimes it's so painful to go through the data and the experience of children. And most of the cases, the abuser is a family-related member. It is not an outsider. It is practically connected to the family. And the parents are quiet because they are relative, or, and the child goes through tremendous experience of that pain, that trauma. So we have devised a scale. We did first of all, children don't talk about this experience. So we had prepared questionnaires, and we had administered it to about 800 children. And only 17 of them responded with the child abuse. Others did not respond. But we know it's more, because they're afraid to speak about it. So a lot of this insecurity, sense of insecurity that's happening. Age of 2, children have begun to walk unaided and rather steady. But how do they see the world? So the formative years are very, very important today. So why early childhood is critical? During the first 1,000 days, child brain can develop from 700 to 1,000 neural connections every second, where the building blocks of their future. Therefore, first 1,000 days are the most important days in the life of a child, of a person. So that's why early childhood becomes very, very critical. The first 1,000 days. Now, according to SDG, these are the goals of the SDG. That is Sustainable Development Goals by the United Nations. And they are very clearly spelled out about early childhood education. And that's why even in India, the new document has come out, the curriculum framework for early childhood. It would be nice to read even for you. It's a very good document, rather well done document. What's expected, what is grown, and how do we support them? And today there is a high forms of violence today. Various ways that is happening. So, these are the strategies: survive, thrive, and transform. That's again, I'm taking from the global strategy. Since it is, I'm not only focusing on India, since you are from Bhutan, I have to change my talk and make into a global perspective. So this is a global strategy from 16 to 30. Strive, survive, thrive, and transform. So, now, a lot of issues that is happening today. Early childhood risks, poverty, poor mental health. Because again, both the parents are working today. So the child is not getting the attention that child required. So those issues also are there. Then lot of exposure to violence today. The mobile games, Facebook accounts, anything is violence today. That is why I'm always surprised why the guns, any festival you go, what is sold most is the guns. Why the government is not banning that? Because you are teaching to kill. You are teaching to violence. And I think it's important that the policy decisions have to be there. Not only profit, but it also has to be connected to policy. So, from the fetal to child, infant, to adolescent, adult health, and again, intergenerational effect. So, this is all connected when you talk about child development and early childhood. From the birth, now there's a lot of connection has to happen here. And the children need what you call sense of belonging and sense of identity. And that's what the family has to provide. Unfortunately, the nuclear and modern families are not able to provide, not because they don't want to do it, because of the inflation, because of the cost in living. So this is missing. So when you understand each of these steps, you understand child development. Because the children's brain is developed at birth, intervention 25%, at the age of 1, 75%, at the age of 3, 90%. Chomsky, one of the great scholars who talk about language development. Have you seen small children who can speak multiple languages? And they will speak to somebody in Hindi, they can turn around and speak in English, they have no problem. They do that. The main development takes place at the age of, between the age of 3, 1 to 3. So when you talk about child development, 1 to 3 is a very crucial period. And that's where the brain development takes place to the maximum. So here is the concept, pre-concept and pregnancy, parenting, newborn. Let me complete that. Yeah. Nurturing health, nutrition, security, safety, responsive caregiving, early learning, enabling environment. So when you talk about now early childhood education, now India, for example, we are starting with 3+. Now nursery is no more there. I mean, in the sense, no more private nursery kindergartens. It is part of the school. 3 to 18 is the school today. So as an educational leader, how are you going to facilitate this process? And it's going to be a major challenge actually. Infrastructure, trained teachers, and then you need a place to play. Environment, again timings. So all this becomes an issue today. So then you have the outcome by age 2, outcome of preschool, outcome late childhood. What is the outcome that you are looking at? So when you talk about health, nutrition, responsive caregiving, security, and safety and early learning. So as an educational leader, when you talk about early education, early child education, you will have to address each of these issues. I remember earlier, Caritas, I think, had CRS had a, CRS, no, father? That nutrition. Now we have midday meals. I'm not sure about the nutrition part of it. Again, caregiving. When you have 40, 50 kids in the classroom, I'm not sure how much of care the teacher can actually give. Learning. How are they learning? Then health. Regular health checkups. Interestingly, one of my doctoral students, we did a research in Kamru Metro on intellectual disability. And we did an extensive study of Metro, the Kamru Metro. And we came up with children who looked very normal, but they are intellectually disabled. They are not have the cognitive mind. And they are not able to identify colors. They are not able to associate meanings. They are not able to connect between things. So this is also happening today. So, as an educational leader, you have to create this environment corresponding to these needs. These are the needs of the kids. And you will have to provide for an early education a situation, environment that is connected to this. I'm not sure how the private schools are going to do, because you need a lot of resources for this. So it's a major challenge when you talk about early childhood. Nurturing children means keeping them safe, healthy, well-nourished, paying attention and respecting to their interest, encouraging them to explore, providing them to an opportunity to learn. Too many words and too many things there. And this is essential today. So, nurturing care, caregivers' capabilities, supportive services, empowered communities, and enabling policies. So, when you talk about nurturing care, what kind of care? Now, that is why we have 4-year BEd now. Early childhood. The caregiver's capability. And then you have what you call supportive services. The hospital, the nurses. Then you have empowered communities and policies in place. Now, I hope your schools have got the policies, right? Last time, those of you came for the asset training, we talked about policies that are needed in the school. Admission policies and, the welfare of the kids policies. Policies, both of the institution and of the government. So, now you will see the other dimensions coming in. Mental health, early literacy, financial literacy, community linkages, routine screenings. This is early childhood care. Now, I'm going to address this in a very different way. This is the theoretical part of it. I'm going to ask the basic question here is, how do we deal with opposition? This morning, very interestingly, I had a Kadaknal chick came out, the black one. I also had a turkey bacha that came out. So I took them and put them into another box. Small one, not even a day old. And the turkey one started to peck on the other one. And I couldn't believe it, just 1 day old chick. And this is what's happening in the human mind too. How do we handle opposition? And along with it, you also ask this question, how do we deal with temptations? I'm using an older language. Yeah. When you talk about temptation, it's about management of time. Even thought, what do you entertain in your mind? Entertain your mind. Where does the mind go? Mind becomes the wanderer. And that is where we need to be able to help children to focus themselves. Saying no to things that is not necessary for them. And making a choice, an informed decision. An informed decision. I choose not to. Not because I don't want. Just because I just don't want it. That's it. So that kind of attitude. So, next is, how do we handle conflict? How do you handle conflict? Now, these are the basic questions when you talk about early education. how do we handle them? How do we prepare them for the uncertain future? We have no clue how the world will look like 2050. If the global warming continues, most of our cities will be underwater by 2050. Yeah, you can be sure about it. And now, interestingly, there is a new magazine that will be released by next week. It's called Grassroot Options. It's a new magazine. One of my friends is editing that. Grassroot Option, which will be available. And if any of you want a copy, I'll be happy to give. Now, we are doing a study on the jhum cultivation of the Northeast. Jhum. That means burning the forest, cutting the forest, burning the forest. And we have come out with a very strong research. Actually, I have not done it. Done by Sanat Chakravarti, a good friend of mine, a journalist. We have promoted it to be continued. You know why? Because the seed preservation. Today, most of the seeds that you buy in the market do not reproduce. They're made by a company called Santon. And today you buy, now it's a season for dahlia, marigold. But you can't preserve it for next year. Gone. And where is the seed? No seed. And these companies are going to control the world. There are 10 companies that control the world. Nestle. I always get shocked when I get a price of that Nestle coffee. 100 gram of coffee, you're buying it for 300 rupees. 100 gram. Not even 100 gram coffee there. It's only about 60% coffee. And when you check the coffee bean, a kilo is only costing 30 rupees. And they are selling it for 3,000 rupees. Nestle. So there are 10 companies that control. One is Santon. Santon is all the seed. So we have argued that unless we have jhum cultivation, these seeds will not be preserved. A time will come, genetic engineering will fail. Then we have nothing to go back to. There's a wonderful magazine, if you'd like to read. It's called Grassroot Options. It should be out by next week. 21st it will be out from the press. It's printed in Bhavani. Be out by 21st. So how do we handle conflicts? A lot of it. Today children are not even know whom they are fighting with. Really? Who is the actual enemy? Not clear. And there's a lot of push and pull. A lot of it that's happening. And sometimes they are pulling by themselves, they don't even know who is the other side. You look at what Hamas has done. I mean, I'm not siding Hamas or Israel, but the amount of money that was spent for tunnels. If that money was spent for development, Palestine would have been a different story today. So we are spending more money on weapons and weapon research. And about 70% of US economy is based on arms trade. So unless there's conflict, US will not survive. If it is not there, they'll create it. Only arms will be sold. These are all realities. The next question is, how do I, a child, handle disappointment? So when you talk about early childhood education, you basically are preparing the children for this. Resilience, self-reliance, and self-directed learner rooted in a value system, a culture. Now, you see kids today, I am putting in one by one. Now, a sad kid. How do you handle them? I've used more words. So, the response is also put there. How do you handle that kid? I have to use more words to explain it, that's why. Otherwise, I don't like to put words, but then. Now, a happy kid. How do you support them? One of the things is a screen time. You have to reduce the screen time. Otherwise, it's going to affect the radiation, the very high radiations. You see many kids today. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Here also coming across kids who have no emotion at all. Pardon? Yeah.
As you said, emotionless kids. Very interesting. One family was with me in the train. The child is not interested in sweets. The child started crying when the data got over.
Imagine. It's a reality, we are seeing it. And then we are also encountering what you call an angry kid. You will see that angry kid, the data is over. The kid will be very angry. Any questions, clarifications? I am cutting short my class. I'll just go to, let me see. Now, these are the areas that we need to think about. As an educational leader, when you talk about early child development, you will have to address this. And these are the theories that would be looked into. So you have the theories that are already there. I'll expand it for you. Maturation theory, and which was mostly till 1961. Then now we have the constructivist theory, which has been used by most of the policymakers. That is Piaget, Vygotsky, Berner. Then we had the behaviorist theory. Then we have the psychoanalytic theory by Freud as well as Erikson. And Brunenhofer, the ecological theory. Now these are the theoretical construct that is used for early child development. Because I don't want to hear a snoring, therefore I shall not go into theories. But I cannot let you go without knowing the theories. Okay? Now, that's the diagram of the early childhood. I'm seeing the energy level is coming down. So I shall wind up, and that's me. So, any doubts, clarifications? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Father, for the wonderful presentation. I just wanted to find out about the brain development. I was reading a book, and then your presentation was talking about the brain development. When talking about the development of when the child reaches to 3 years, that 90% of the brain could
Brains
be
are developed already.
But then I was reading another book, and that says the brain could be fully developed when the child reaches to 20 years old.
Yes. Fully,
So,
the 10% left.
So now 3 years to 20 years. We have around 19 years. So the child takes 19 years to develop that 10%?
Yes. Because that's where the deepening takes place. The other one is the capacity of the child. Now, cognitive thinking. See, they have the capacity to think, but they don't have the analytical skills at that time. And the child develops that. That's why that 10% takes a lot of effort. That's why most of the children at the age of up to 3, you see they are very creative, very playful. Then, like if you tell a child, a 1-year-old, don't touch a fire, the child will not stop. It will go and get burned. But when a child of 12 years or 19 years old, they will know by saying that you should not touch. That's why alcohol is only sold after 18. That's the reason why you can't have alcohol till you are 18. Very simple. That is because of the development that time when they become 18, they can make a distinction. Do I need it or do I don't need it? Until then you have to tell them you don't get it. Yeah. So, thank you very much, and let me also share my story a little bit. I don't know if you notice any difference on my face. I'm a photographer and a journalist. A photographer because I don't have left eye, so very easy to take photographs. Actually, I don't see my left. This is a duplicate eye. This is not original. Now, I was not born blind, by the way. I was, some people wanted to test whether AK-47 is working or not. I was shot at with an AK-47 in 2000, July 25th. I had 3 bullets, one in the eye, one on my shoulder, and on my neck. My companion priest was killed. I was supposed to be the target, but I changed the seat. He got killed. To save the other priest, I got in, and in the process I got a bullet. And what you see is after about 20 surgeries. I still carry about 10 pieces of the bullet in the head even now. Why I thought I'll share with you is that, it happened in July 25th, 2000. Then I had to leave the country because of a lot of issues. My provincials had get lost. I landed in the US. I started my master's in management. 1 week into a university, I could not read because the head started to pain. So I went to a chapel and I said, Lord, give me the courage. I would do the studying, you see the sight. But I graduated from St. Edward's with a straight 100%, which helped me to get an admission for my doctorate at Boston, which is very competitive. And also I got a presidential scholarship from the university. Completed my doctorate in 4 years. Also I worked as an administrator of a college. Have a green card. But decided to return to India, started work at different ways. Then I started my postdoctorate. Just completed 2021, and Government of India approved it only a month ago. I got a letter that my postdoctorate is approved. And I do everything with one eye. Only thing is evening when I reach back, I have to take out the eye, because Jesus said when your left eye creates trouble, take it out. I take it out solemnly. Only thing he didn't say what to do afterwards. So I wash and put it back. So what I want to share with you is, it's a matter of mind. I could say that, one eye. And I just share with you, not boasting, just share with you my program. Tomorrow by 8 o'clock, I'll be in Delhi. I'm meeting in Delhi. Afternoon, I go to Bijanur. I have a class in Bijanur day after tomorrow, 23rd, till 3 o'clock. Drive to the Delhi airport, take a flight to Bangalore at 9 o'clock. Reach Bangalore at 12:10 in the night. And 24th morning, I have a session for CBCI. Then I come back, I have a class for UG. But what I'm saying is, it's a matter of the mind. And that's where the spirituality becomes important. Where do you draw your energy from? Because money will give you fulfillment up to certain time. Fame will give you fulfillment up to certain time. But what motivates you to do what you do? And I think if you are able to recognize that energy from within, connecting oneself to a transcendent, whichever religion that you belong to, doesn't matter. But the moment you are able to connect, you draw your energy from. And I think that's what propels us. So for me, that has been a wonderful experience. As I said, I do the highest intellectual work. I have doctor students, a lot of work with the UGC. I am also a farmer. I raise my own vegetables and meat. I don't buy from outside. I have enough time for all that. And I watch a movie every Friday. That's almost a religious duty. The latest movie in the market. So, once again, thank you very much. Thank you to Father VM for calling me to be here with you. The next session will be handled by my own doctor student, as I said, Anuba Goswami. She's teaching at the Guwahati University. And she's also a postdoctoral student. She's also doing her postdoctorate at the moment. So thank you very much. And if any of you need my PowerPoint, you have my WhatsApp ID. Send it to me. After 27th, I will send it to you. Till 27th, it keeps me busy. So 27th, I will send to you. So thank you to all of you and Father Cletus and all of you. Thank God bless.
That's, may I request Father Atul Jose, Principal of St. Joseph School, Sepa, to please come forward to propose a vote of thanks to Reverend Father Paul.
Respected Father Paul, Rector Father Cletus, fathers and sisters, and ladies and gentlemen, we are really shaken. We are really shaken during these hours. And Father asked us to reshape and reformed. We are moving through a traditional way of formation, and we are forming our children through that traditional way. And through this class, we got a lot of things that we have to change. The children, when they sit in front of us, during this era, with all this AI and everything, all this new technology, they are having more knowledge than us sometimes. And Father, inviting us to this new world, a new world of technology and development. Thank you so much, Father, to motivate us and inspire us to bring up our enthusiasm. Really, we are thanking you, we are remembering you. You are with a lot of titles. The beginning, Father Cletus mentioned all those things. I'm not capable to appreciate you for all those things, but really thanking you, and have a nice day. Thank you.
Father, we would like to, please come forward. We would like to acknowledge Father Paul by giving him a sapling as a sign of gratitude. Thank you very much.
So we have come to the end of
the session of Father Paul. Now we have half an hour break, and at 6:30 we shall get back here for another session. And before that, I would like to ask or inform you, if any one of you have not yet registered yourself, please do it at the earliest.
Very happy to have Dr. Anupa Laka Goswami. We have with her in our midst. Let's put hands together and welcome ma'am. Ma'am, can you please come forward? So here we have Dr. Anupa Laka Goswami on the stage, ma'am. Here we have a very dynamic madam, one who is not, stranger to DBI. She often comes to DBI and she interacts with the young people here. So dear ma'am, we are very happy to have you here. I would like to welcome you. I would like to invite students to come forward and welcome ma'am with a Fulham gamocha and DBI scarf. Let's put hands together and welcome ma'am in our midst. Come on, your clapping is not loud enough. Come on. Let me give you a short profile about Dr. Anupa Laka Goswami. Dr. Anupa Laka Goswami is a postdoctoral fellow at the Indian Council of Social Science Research, New Delhi. She completed her PhD from Assam Don Bosco University on the field of media activism. She has also qualified UCG NET post her master's study. During the course of her research tenure, she published many research papers in peer-reviewed journals and also have many book chapters to her credit and has co-edited 4 books. She has also authored a book on media activism. Ms. Goswami worked as assistant professor at Asian Institute of Management Technology and has carried out various guest faculty assignments in Guwahati University and Tata Institute of Social Science. She also worked as assistant project scientist is a sponsor project at Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. Apart from her academic roles, Ms. Goswami has worked as a news reader at Doordarshan Kendra, Guwahati, and has been associated with the national daily, The Times of India, and the regional daily, The Assam Tribune. So once again, ma'am, we welcome to Don Bosco Institute. These are all headmasters and principals teachers from all India and Bhutan, and they are here for 3 days. So once again, put your hands together and welcome, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Very good evening to one and all present here. It's 6:30 is a very tricky time actually. So I think I am lucky enough to get this time, because if my presentation is a little dull, I can always blame the time. So I think that's something that I can take advantage of today. And it's November, so it's also kind of, I don't know if the AC is or it's the winter, but it's kind of cold, slightly chill. There's a chill in the air, and that's what I hope I don't drowse you off to sleep. So I'll be asking questions in between. So if you could answer, I think it'll be easier for all of us. So my topic today, actually before me, I think Father Paul took a thing. He was my guide. So I have big shoes to fit in. He is someone who knows how to, get the attention of everyone. And, I'm sure his presentations are, so compared to him, my presentations are going to be a little, I don't know what it is, but I'm sure I'll try and engage as much as possible. So I'll start. Yeah. So I think because of a technical glitch, we'll have to wait a minute or two. Yeah, again, once again, a very good evening. So I can also now blame the technical glitch, saying that, okay, it is something that I was not the problem. So I can start with my topic, which is unlocking technological synergies, challenges, contradictions, influencing education, but this is related to social media. So because I thought that, Father has already spoken a lot about higher education and, secondary education and how you can use media. I'm sure he's also spoken about a lot of influence. So my idea was that about how to incorporate, perhaps, we all know we are all social media. I mean, can I just ask how many of you have social media accounts? Almost everyone? Yeah? So we all have social media accounts, and this is nothing new. We are all used to an age where more than click, mortar and brick, we are used to the click and tab. And any small child, you give him something, he starts, swiping. That's what he learns. He learns to swipe, he learns to click, he learns to tab. And that is exactly what we are going to do with education. So what I was trying to look at it from a different perspective. I thought that maybe let's look at it from the positive perspective. First of all, let's start with, it's too bright. Let's start with just one. I'm not saying that he's an icon or you should be taking him word by word, but I'm just saying something that today attention is the new currency. If you're getting attention, it is something that you're getting money. Attention is something which is social media, and every other media is working on your attention. Yeah? Because why? Our attention span has gone down very much. I was telling the other day, I don't know how many of you like to watch cooking programs on YouTube or whatever. Yes? Okay, so the ones who do not like to watch, for the ones who want to watch, I'm just asking you, how long does it take to cook biryani or anything which is very extensive, datsi or something which is very extensive? How long does it take? 7 minutes? Okay, let's not talk about 7 minutes. Something which is very long. 2 hours? Long cooking, slow cooking? How long does it take? How long are we about to invest? We want to invest 30 seconds. We want to see someone cooking that 2-hour long thing in 30 seconds. We do not have time. That is our attention span. Do we have 2 hours today? There was once upon a time when the cook used to say, okay, now I'm cooking this. Now let's see, we put it on a boil. My mother used to say, and he used to go on a story. Today we do not have time for that. We want that particular dish of 2.5 hours to be finished within 30 seconds. Okay, even less, 8 seconds. We do not have attention. Our attention span has gone down to such an extent because we are just exposed to a world of information. That is why we're saying that attention is the new currency. If you have someone's attention, you're getting money. And that is what people are doing everything. So it's possible privacy is dead and smoking and social media holds the smoking gun. We do not want to be private anymore. Our private lives are all splashed across social media, or that's what we'd like to show. We have 2 egos. One is the ego that resides in us, another one that works in social media, I'm sure. So are we equipped to live in a socially mediated world? Are we equipped? Really? I bought my 8-year-old son, so I think he's quite equipped. Because I've told you that he knows the culture of swiping. He knows the culture of clicking more than we get used to it, right? And we are very proud of it. Oh, he knows so much. My little daughter, my 2-year-old daughter, she knows how to click and swipe. She doesn't know the other basic skills, sadly. But that is something we take a lot of credit. This new Gen Z we call, they're used to having everything at the tip of their mobile phones. Food? Okay, let's order. Vehicle? Please. 2 minutes? No, I cannot wait that long. I want 1 minute, order something, medicine, just have at my doors, I want it right now. I want everything right now. So this entire generation is dependent upon the social applicable world. And this is a socially mediated world. Information overload. So much of information. We have everything. We have all the information. When I go to the classroom today, I get very scared. That told a number of times. Why? Because everybody's got a smartphone in their hands. They like to recheck. They like to see whether I'm telling the truth. Really? Okay. Seriously? No. So they do that right in front of me. So that makes me really scared. I know there's another Guruji that's there in their hands whom they can actually type each time I tell them something. And if I tell them to go to the library, I know they'll never go to the library. Their library is in their hands. So that's the whole problem. Too much of information, so much of information that today it's just an information overload. If there's an accident, we're like, how many people died? 2? Okay, it's not a big accident. We've become insensitive. So much of information. We want numbers. Okay, 100, okay, that must be something. 1,000, okay, that must be something. But last week there was another 10,000 deaths somewhere, so I think 1,000 is still okay. So we are used to so much of information that we've become insensitive. Yes, to a certain extent. And we also have so much of information that we are constantly on an anxiety, role of anxiety. Is he talking too much? That's a sign of depression. Is she not talking too much? That's a sign of anxiety. Is he eating too much? That's overeating. Is he not eating too much? So we have too much of information. We are an anxiety-ridden world. All of us. I'm sure all of us have gone through. Headache? Google. And the first thing that comes, double the headache. Because they lead you somewhere. Usually that leading is not a very good sign. They lead you where you don't know. So next, availability. I said everything is available. You order online, you get it. You order this, you get it. Yes, COD, okay, no problem. Credit card, no, okay. EMI, so everything is available. So that's the whole point. Accessibility, everything is accessible. While we're talking about information, all the wrong kind of information are also easily accessible. Everything that we need. Alexa, how do I go and rob the bank? The bank is just 5 kilometers away from the house. Take a left turn and go out. So you have accessibility. Alexa tells you everything. Everything, Alexa, switch on the music. Alexa, switch off the music. So accessibility, everything is accessible. Equality, yeah, I'd like to look at that. Well, let's not be so negative about everything. Equality, when the Prime Minister, is saying something, we can always go and comment. I do not like it, Mr. Modi. Oh, I do not like it, President, whoever, we do not like it, Rishi Sunak. I think your dress doesn't look good. And we feel that we're actually conversing with him, right? Though they'll never probably see this, but we comment. We feel that we are equal. Equality, it brings in a sense of equality with all of us. We comment, we start writing, there are a number of times, when, big leaders have tweeted back to a very ordinary tweet or replied. So that brings a sense of equality to us. Social media has done that. It has brought equality to such a level, at least in our minds, that we kind of feel that everybody is accessible, everybody is vulnerable. We want to look at everything as a vulnerable thing, including the king and the queen. I'm not being very colonial, I'm not saying that they are very big thing, but let's call, they also have their web page where they are so accessible now because that's how they would want themselves to be acceptable. Everybody wants to be accepted. Our president goes on, he picks up, garbage from the seaside and he tells people that you should do this. Prime Minister does that, I'm not sure, of course, that things were not cleaned before he went, but yeah, definitely he goes and cleans and then he puts it on the web and he says that, see, if I can do that, you can also do that. People encourage that. So that's also a kind of equality they try and portray. Everybody wants to feel like they're human. Networking. Right now, there must be few people who are networking with somebody who's in America or probably sending something, liaising with somebody who's in Europe, or maybe talking to someone who's in Middle East. So we are networking, we are liaising, we're constantly working together, constantly. So that also brings us to another level of kind of exposure. I think we never knew so much about the world that we know now. We know so much. Our food habits, they've also become so global. So, since I knew that there were two countries which were here, we're mostly from India and Bhutan, so I kind of just took out this, that a survey conducted in 2022 revealed that a majority of children aged between 13 and 17, they spend more than 1 hour. This was in 2022, I think it must be 1.5 hours by now, I'm sure. Because the amount of time they spend on social media is too much. According to Bhutan Media Foundation, Social Media Landscape, 2021, about 90% of the people are active members of at least one social media account. So everybody has a social media account. Everybody. So that brings us to the fact that we cannot say that I do not want to be on social media. You can never say that I do not want to be. Yes, you can, if you have that kind of, dedication, not being on social media, hands up. I'm really proud because someone who has that kind of individuality not to be doing something is great. But to be sometimes relevant, it's also important because our work demands us that we stay connected. So perhaps that is one reason why we need to be there. So, are we making us education socially relevant? Big question. Very big question. What is relevance? Like in news, we tell people, a dog biting a man is not relevant news. A man biting a dog is irrelevant news. Because that is something which is out of the ordinary. That is what something we've always been told. Now what is relevant? Are we making our education relevant to the people? Are we making our education relevant to the children, young children, small children who are now used to a different world? The world we live in is, I don't know. When I talk to people, do you remember 10 years back we used to watch television like this? Students don't connect with me anymore. They don't connect with me the fact that we used to wait for one whole week to watch a Chitrahar, so that on Wednesdays we watch Chitrahar. They cannot connect to that. They cannot connect to the fact that I had to wait one whole week, and then on that particular day at 7:30 the light decides to go off. And that was the saddest day of my life. On Sunday morning we used to wake up and watch the television, and that particular time something is not working. That becomes the end of our lives. People cannot relate to that anymore, because they binge watch, like I was telling last time, they binge watch soaps and operas 8 hours, 12 hours at a stress. They want to finish everything. They want to finish a series in 12 hours. They want to finish films in, maybe 30 minutes. Why? Scroll, finish. So it is something like that. So are we making our education also socially relevant? Are we connecting them to the geography, to the economy, to the politics through media? Are we using that? Okay, so using convergent media. So most schools have, what is convergent media? Does anybody know? Convergent media? Yeah? No, not that. Converging. Anything else? Putting together, yeah? Suppose I put newspapers on the internet. That is convergent media. Suppose I put radio on your phones. That's convergent media. So convergent media is something where you're using two kinds of medias. Now, online education is a kind of convergent media. We are using online and we are using education. So we are using ICT tools. Convergent media is something that can be used through social media, and in education that really makes us relevant in a way, because most of the people are now clicking and most of the people are now tabs, doing everything. So convergent media is the way to go ahead. Next is encouraging a healthy browsing habit. Now, recently someone told me that there is something called the dark web. I'm not sure if you've heard. Yeah? Incognito, dark web. You go browse anything, see anything, nobody can see your history. Most children know what is dark web today. That is the saddest and scary part. You cannot know what their browsing history is. You do not know where they go. You do not know what they see, and you cannot track. So understanding, we have to understand whether they have developed a healthy browsing habit or not. What are the things that they look at? What are the things that occupies their attention? Is it something which is related to something which is very driven? There was something called Pokemon Go a few years ago. I'm sure all of you know. I don't know if you've heard. There were a number of crimes which are done because of Pokemon Go, because people used to go and find something. The GPS is something. There is someone who tracks. And one journalist told me that his daughter had gone to a hilltop to find the particular character of Pokemon Go, all alone. Very scary. Then there's something called PUBG. We all know. Yeah. So what happens in PUBG is constant attention. Too much of attention. It takes all your energy. Someone was telling me the young kids I was consulting with last time, they told me that they see Mobile Legends. I don't know what is that. So, yeah. So most of these things are something that we need to understand. What are the healthy habits? What are browsing healthy habits? You cannot stop someone from browsing. You can just maybe see. Next is reconnecting at a personal level. Because remember, I remember going to school, and I still remember if I see my class teacher from 1 kilometer, I'll be like standing straight, and I'll be my breathing will go a little short. Today, the kids have WhatsApp groups. At 12 o'clock, they say, "Ma'am, what assignment do I have tomorrow?" I'm like, seriously? At 12 o'clock, expect you to reply? Yes, they expect you to reply. Because you're supposed to be available. A teacher, that personal level cannot be misused. At education, that personal level needs to be there so that I know exactly what students are doing. But that personal level cannot be misused to the extent that, they are using me. I should be using that personal level to interact with them. I think 3-4 years ago, there was one student of ours who used to constantly, who used to call up this RJ from a radio station, and he had called up once, and the RJ came and told us that this particular student of yours is contemplating suicide. So we were very scared. We spoke to him, and he was telling me, no, I go through depression because my father's unwell, my mother's this, So we sat with him, we counseled him for hours, and then we decided to use the social media. How? We used to see what time he used to log in, log out. Sometimes he used to log out at 3 a.m. and the next day he used to get a good lesson in class. So he had to log out early. He could not log in for a long time. He had to give us pictures of his room every day to see how he was doing. He had to give us pictures of his table. He had to color his room. He had to put potted plants. He had to do a lot of rigorous exercise. And today he's a very good teacher, teaching in one of the schools. And he still calls me and he tells me that he does that every day with his students, the same exercise. He's at their, he's breathing down their neck sometimes, he tells me. And I do that all the time because he's been through that. So connecting at a personal level, understanding the element of exposure. What element of exposure are our students being exposed to? What is the level of understanding? What is their generation looking at? What are the things that makes us relevant in front of them? Because if we are not relevant, they will not pay any attention. That is the whole part. Using ICT, like I've already said, using ICT in education is something very, very crucial. Why? Because if I do not use ICT, I'm not relevant. Effective interactive media. There are group chats, there are group work, activity that keeps on going. Using online apps for dissemination of information. How many schools have online apps for them? You have an online app, sister? What do you do? Everything is online. They can access everything. Okay. And yeah? Even report card? Okay, so everybody has a password, so they log in, they can access. So that online effectivity is extremely crucial. It brings an element of personal touch. Suppose if this child has missed a school, we can actually upload everything. I'm sure the teachers do that. A little bit taxing for the teachers, but I think it also brings in the element of accountability. People know what they're teaching, students know what they're getting. So that element of accountability. Assessing MOOCs and open access software. How many of you are aware of MOOCs? MOOCs, massive open online courses. Yeah? I think most of us are aware of massive open online. Not aware, then we should be aware. There are a number of courses which are offered for free for students. I think in India there's the Swayam app. Yeah, Swayam app. It has, in fact, just last week they had an online course on everything. They have skill development courses on Swayam. Plus, IGNOU also has some of these, I think, which are also internationally available. IGNOU also has courses which are free. They have some open access education. So accessing, we need to let these children know that they can access these apps or these, certificates, these qualities through online. And these are absolutely for free. What we do is that we do a lot of, I think we corrupt our children sometimes. We use a Facebook page and whoever is using a certificate, we put it up and then we give him a cheers. He's done a fabulous job. This creates a sense of competition among others. People start applying massively, I don't know whether that's healthy, but it has worked at least for some of us, especially during the COVID times when everybody was in lockdown. We kind of uploaded all these certificates and it created a kind of, buzz among the students that they wanted to have access these free skill development courses. SWAYAM has a lot of them. I think if you can just go in, even now they have online courses, and once you log in, you'll also always find. Even Coursera has a number of free courses. In the beginning, of course, they are like a bait, access one of those free courses and then next time make you pay. So, but they also have some free courses. Even Harvard had free courses. Number of universities abroad. I had taken a free course in hopscotch once. Not hopscotch, not hopscotch. I just named it. HubSpot, sorry. So it was an online course on e-education. So they give you certificates. They have 12 hours, 6 hours. These are all free courses, so you can access them. Integrating AI in education diligently. Father must have spoken about artificial intelligence already. Artificial intelligence, let's not look at it only from the negative side. Though, one of my students recently came up and told me that ma'am, you know what? I have finished my dissertation, so I was really happy. And I said, okay, great. He says, I've used ChatGPT. Would it be caught in plagiarism? I don't know, but he scored a little bit more marks because he was honest. I knew everybody else had used ChatGPT. He was the only one who was honest. Because ChatGPT has become this thing among students that they don't want to read anything nowadays. They just put in and they bring it out. So I was telling him, if you have done your work in ChatGPT, do you know what work you have done? If I question you suddenly out of the blue, will you know what work you have done? So he was like, yes, because I've read. Okay, so I had to give him some marks. Because I knew the remaining, everybody else had done ChatGPT. None came forward and told me that they had used ChatGPT. That is something that again, that's a very scary phenomenon, because children do not know how and when to stop this AI influence, and we have to make them understand that AI needs to be used diligently. Besides, I also feel that ChatGPT is going to be the next Geo, who knows. Give them free, mobile phones for a year or two, and then make them pay. Perhaps. Who knows? Because every service, ChatGPT now promises that we'll give you service where your work will not be pleasurized, but you'll have to pay us money. It's premium. ChatGPT premium, whatever. So those kind of apps are also going to be there. So children need to know of how much they are going to be dependent on such kind of apps. Dependency. That is what we should make our children understand. Our students understand that too much of dependency into these smart apps and it's actually not good. So that dependency needs to be curtailed. Working on skill development, I've already spoken about it. Updating on latest news. I teach communication and journalism. So first class, I always ask students whether you read newspapers. And a hand or two just comes up. Nobody reads newspapers. Sad. Nobody. Very sad. And it's a statistics that we've seen in our classroom for the last couple of years, that out of 30 students, only 3 students read newspapers. So sad. And then sometimes I ask them, what is your source of information? Facebook. Very proud I am, Okay, so that also I need to identify that what is their source of news? Is it Facebook? Is it Instagram? There was a recent interview in a government job in Assam, and then the students, it was for a post of a health expert, it seems. So she was asked whether you read newspapers. She said no. So what's your source of news? She said Instagram. So these mainstream social media accounts have now become sources of news for them. So we have to also understand whether they're updating themselves from the right kind of source. Is Instagram their source of news? Then we better warn them of what content, or perhaps if Instagram is there, whether they are following Reuters on Instagram, whether they're following Associated Press, whether they're following the Assam Tribune, whether they're following the Hindu on Instagram, right? That's something that we need to make them understand. And creating educative groups. Most groups can become very educative, that we keep sharing and updating all the things that are there. All the things. Educative groups can become, they are the next bus thing. How many schools have groups, such kind of groups which are constantly, working? Any schools? Yeah? Telegram group, WhatsApp group, Google Meet groups. Yeah, they're active? Very active? Okay, so that's great. So in fact, these kind of interactive groups can really help students pick their assignments, drop them, and that also becomes a source of notes for them. In most cases, what we do is that we let them upload all their documents on the Google app and we make it available for everyone. They at least read, and we make sure that the questions come from there. So that's how we function. Reconnecting at personal level, counseling, understanding issues. Now what are the issues? What are the things that trend? What are the trending? There's a term I've used. It's called trend jacking. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. Do you know the term trend jacking? Does anybody know the term hijacking? Yes. Okay, everybody knows. So they've used it cleverly from hijacking. What do you do in hijacking? Someone else takes over the pilot-driven vehicle, right? Okay. So if anything is on trend, someone else takes over for their own benefit. Okay? I don't know, something like, I don't know how many of you are into very popular cringe elements that are available on Facebook and Instagram. Very cringe elements which are going to be there. Something like ice bucket challenge, if you've heard. Something like those started with a very good purpose, of course. Later they became very cringe element. And then something like, recently in India, there's been one cringe dialogue, so beautiful, so cute, looking like a wow. Yeah? Even our chief minister used that a couple of days back. Yeah? It's looking like a wow. Very cringe, but people have used that particular trend, they've hijacked the particular trend to create their own content. So that is something called trend jacking. And can we use such kind of trends to create more, relevance in our classroom? If you know that something is actually going on, if you know that kids actually wear these things, can we use that in our classroom? Can we trend jack that? Can we use that trend and hijack that into our work, into our education system, so that we also become relevant. They also understand that this is no longer something that, okay, it's just available to us. We can also understand, the teachers also understand our language. The principals understand our language. It's a very different world. Then creating counseling sessions, generating opinion. Most children do not have opinions. What do? They mimic someone else's opinion today. It's a huge herd mentality that's been created by social media, very sadly. Most students do not have an opinion. If somebody is wearing something, everybody would like to wear that, because this is something which is going on. If somebody says something, everybody will say that. It's a very sad thing. But we can use these mediums to generate opinion. We want opinion leaders. Like I told you, most of our students do not read newspapers. So we've been very curious, why do you want to join journalism if you are not interested in news? So the answer was very simple. We want to be on television. Great. So this is the future. That's what we felt. So we want to be on television. Like television say what? Whatever's been written. And who'll write that? Whoever writes. So they don't even bother about what is there on what is supposed to be said. They just want to be, looking good, being there, wanting to be, one news journalist where there's a bomb from behind, and they want to say that, okay, we are right now in the middle of AI generated bomb behind me because I'm not too courageous to be standing right in front of a true bomb. So that's what's going to happen. I think there was a particular show in India where there was a storm. Funny, I think. Yes, and this reporter, she was actually, there was an AI storm which was going on behind her, and then she took an umbrella and she was about to fall off. So most of my reporters want to be like that. Not even the real storm. Yeah, so that is the saddest part of, not having enough opinion and not getting that attention. So we have to create that kind of mentality in our students, that they have to be real. They have to move out. That's what I'm going to again talk about. Understanding the element of exposure. What the element of exposure is. Is the exposure healthy? Is the exposure unhealthy? That is also something we need to look at. Do we own technology, or are we owned by technology? So, does the technology own us, or do we own the technology? This is something that we need to actually understand very much. Yeah, the technology also owns us. The technology is actually making us a puppet now. We are doing things because we have this, we are doing this because we have that, and we are working according to the technology. Why? Because I have a Swiggy and it's giving me 70% discount, I need to order food. Because I have, there's 70% off on something and I don't need this, but I want this. Why? Because this 70% off is not going to come again. These companies are being very generous to me. Honestly. That's what I feel. That's what they make me feel. They're corporatizing the entire sector. How many friends do you have on Facebook or social media? Any idea? Do you see 1,000 updates every day? 20? 30? Maximum 50. Not even 200. Because Facebook, Instagram functions very differently. They work on algorithm. They do not want you to see everyone. Because if you see everyone, then you get everything for free. So if you want a free publicity, just pay and be on everybody's page. You do not see everyone. That is an algorithm that Facebook works on. That's an algorithm that YouTube works on. YouTube says that, okay, upload. This, the space is all yours. We are so generous. But no, they're making a lot of money. They will never give you the kind of, attention. SEO, search engine optimization. Is that word everybody knows? Just Google something. Recently, I saw something in America. It was supposed to be a meme saying that the smartest restaurant in America has come up, saying that the name of the restaurant is Restaurant Near Me. So if you Google Restaurant Near Me, that name comes. So even if you say to GPS, Alexa, give me a name of restaurant near me. So the restaurant near me, they'll take you to the restaurant near me. Okay? So that's the way they use the search engine optimization. They use keywords from different, topics and they put it up. Okay? But it doesn't work like that. It's not organic. All of these things are paid. In YouTube, you have to use your premium. In YouTube, you have to upload every Friday. You have to have some 1,000 hours of viewing if you want to make money. That 1,000 hours of viewing is not easy. One of my students has been making films and he's been posting on YouTube for the last 7 years. And I tell you, I told him last time, oh, it's very good. 2,000 likes, yeah? Oh, ma'am, they just hit, see, and they move out. They don't see the whole film. And YouTube does not want that. They know. 30 seconds viewing, 5 minutes viewing, not equivalent to 1,000 hours of viewing. So one person has to see the whole film in order to become, it's not just about hits and likes, it's about viewing the whole thing over and over and over again. And not just from one mail or one IP address, from multiple IP address. So YouTube uses that. So why will you get advertisements if there's no 1,000 hours of viewing? And nobody watches films anymore. I said 30 seconds. Biryani, 30 seconds. Halwa, 30 seconds. You know what? Shawarma, 30 seconds. We want everything in, okay, 8 seconds, not even 30 seconds. I'm being too generous. 8 seconds. What? Cook this? Okay, boil, done? Okay, next. So that's what we've been working on, No patience. So are we owned by technology, really? Next, reconnecting at personal level. I think I think I must have repeated this. So, the flip side of social media addiction and the diminishing attention span. We have to understand that we all have a diminishing attention span. Our attention span has gone down so low, that today we do not complain about sitting at a dentist's place for 3 hours. Why don't we complain? Because we have a mobile phone. We do not complain waiting in a queue in an airport. Why don't we complain? Because we can watch n number of things. We do not read a book. So that's the whole problem. We want everything to be said within one paragraph. Please do not write too much. I cannot read so much. That's what our attitude is. Slacktivism. This is something I find very interesting because it was part of my study. We know activism. Yeah? All of us. Have we been part of any activist group? None? For environment, for work, for human rights. Yes? Have we signed the change.org? Have you signed petitions? Anyone? I did sign. Have you been part of World Greenpeace signed petition? Yeah, I've signed a couple of them. So I've signed and I felt very happy sitting in my AC room signing and saying I've done a lot for the world today. That's called slacktivism. That means I am doing an activism, but I'm sitting on my table right in front of an AC room. Using my laptop, lots of other things, and I'm talking about save the environment. And I'm very happy. That is called slacktivism. It has made us feel that whenever we click like or share or subscribe, we've done our share of work. That's not it. It doesn't stop there. It never stopped there. It started with, I think we are all aware of the Egyptian revolution at Tahrir Square. It started with the Tahrir Square. Before that, it started in Tunisia when people started YouTubes to, oust Ben Ali, the corrupt president. After that, this went to Syria. From there, it went to Egypt. And in Egypt, people went against, what was the name of the president in Egypt that time? The Tahrir Square. I just forgot, but there was a joke saying that Nasir Ahmed, then Mubarak, Hosni Mubarak, yes, Mubarak was the president, and one more. 3 were there in heaven having a conversation. Heaven or hell, I don't know. But they were definitely having a conversation. So Nasir Ahmed asked this other person, this other president before him, what killed you? He said, poison. He said, what killed you? He said, you. Then the 2 of them asked Hosni Mubarak, what killed you? He said, social media. Because it was social media and activism which ousted him during the Egyptian revolution. People used to come out in herds and, in thousands of numbers because they were sharing photographs of this Anwar Said who was killed brutally by the government. They were going against the government, the tyranny, the corruption. They were going against everything. There were people waiting in the Tahrir Square for for days and days. They were staying up, putting up. It was the largest, and it was driven entirely by social media and the cab drivers, of course. People used to share in the cabs, people used, oh, you're aware of this protest that's going to happen in Tahrir Square? Oh, we're all going. So in Egypt, these cabs and social media, I'm not just saying social media, but viral also, these cabs and coffee houses and social media was one of the reasons why Hosni Mubarak was ousted out of power. And that brought about the Jasmine Revolution. It was the beginning of the Jasmine Revolution. So, but today, I am fighting against a wetland which is being encroached by the government, and I am just clicking, liking, subscribing. Okay, let's say tweeting on X, not on Twitter. I'm writing something on X, and I'm feeling very happy about it. So that is the hindsight, that is the poor side of social media. Our children, our students also are accustomed to it. They think that if they like something, they share something, their amount of their responsibility becomes over. So you have to make them understand that this is a virtual world. It's very fake. There's something much more real than that. Cyberbullying. Most of our children, most of our students are subjected to cyberbullying. Do we know what is cyberbullying? Yeah? That is a very scary thing to happen. Someone is being fat shamed. You're very fat, you're very fat, you're very fat, Everybody will tell them. Cyberbullying. Somebody's pictures are morphed and they are, taken to places, and then they are bullied into paying them. They're threatened, okay, I'll share it. Okay, somebody's old picture, somebody's compromising photographs are put up all over the web, and they are bullied into paying, or they are bullied into, again, doing something which they do not want to. So that is cyberbullying. It's a very scary thing, and we need to be aware because our children are now being subjected to cyberbullying at such a level that we do not know. They will never share with us unless we make things easier for them to share. Because it is something which is a kind of, it's a kind of taboo to be told that, I've done this. I have actually, shared something very intimate about myself, and then that is being used against me. There are a number of cases in America, a number of cases in India where a number of young children have harmed themselves because of this. There are a number of cases where school children have dropped out of school because of cyberbullying, because they've been bullied to an extent that they have, their entire they've gone through trauma. Next is hacking and phishing. So are we aware that our children, or even us for that matter, our accounts could be hacked? Somebody can use our identity. In fact, Father Paul, who just left, his account, I got a friend request from him, 2 months back. I called him up and I said, Father, I'm sure it's not you. It's like, yeah, just report. Because what happens, these fake accounts are created, and then they start asking you for money. They clone your entire friend list. When you add somebody you do not know, they clone their friend list. Suppose you have 200 friends, so they'll add these 50, 70 friends randomly, using your same profile picture, using your same identity, and they'll start sending request. So you'll think that, okay, these are my common friends. So he's the same person. Okay, something must have happened to his account. You'll start accepting. So he'll befriend you, he'll say hi, bye, he'll start liking. After a few days, he'll say, I'm in big trouble. I need money. This has happened. Could you just share this thing with me? So these are the things which are, people are subjected to, and these are not one case, these are multiple number of cases have been reported. Cyber stalking. This is also something that we need to make our children aware. Everybody who goes to to eat, first clicks the photo, right? Check in. Even if you don't like the food, okay, it's okay, but the photo was good. At least the photo came out well. I paid so much. So that is the attitude, no? Check into this hotel, check into this place. I'm a blogger, I'm a travel blogger. Let's go here. Okay, today I'm in this particular place, check in. Okay, I'm going to that particular place, check in. Go, move about. And then someone who's following me can stalk me, can stalk my whereabouts. Very, very scary. A lot of people, recently there was a case where a blogger, YouTuber was stalked in Goa because some person was constantly following her and knew that she was, in Goa in this particular hotel, and he stalked her. He followed her and she was traumatized. A lot of cases happens where people stalk each other to know what their habits are, to know how they function, to know where they go, what are their, vulnerabilities, what are their weaknesses. People stalk. Prohibited and illegal content. So I was also sharing one story where a child came up to me and he said that he was, he was in the police station the previous night. I was like, why? So he tells me that he was, befriending a woman on Facebook, and he was chatting with her, and then she said, let's do a face call, or whatever that is. Okay, so both of them video called each other, and in 2 seconds there was a picture of her nude, and there was a screenshot. And then he was blackmailed for the next couple of days, saying that I'm sharing it with your family or your friends. Pay me something. And this is not one case. These are the similar kind of, similar kind of cases have been reported. So this is another reason why we should be very careful in letting our children know how to use this. Are we aware? Are we letting our children know that these kind of things also exist? Are they falling into a trap? Should they not come and complain us? Are we creating a taboo for them? So I was at least happy that he had shared it with me, so I had shared it with a number of other students. But he was the only one who shared. I'm sure a couple of others who've never shared it with anybody. They've suffered. They've paid. They've made this racket grow. Because we were not giving them the space to share it with us. So that's another element that we need to take into account. Next is, this is what I'm saying, social media addiction. If somebody is addicted to social media, the kind of effect it has is similar to that of a lot of substance that people use. It releases a kind of hormone which is, very similar to any kind of substance abuse. So it is something that we constantly scroll, click, tab, and I cannot do without it. If you take the mobile phones from these kind of people, they freeze. They are unable to react. So do you observe anybody with this kind of behavior? If we do, we should be able to address them. We have to create this particular environment or this common ground where we're talking about it. I've already said this. Now, another side, this is one of my favorite sides, which I like to talk about, is misinformation, disinformation, hyperreality, and false news. Now, what is misinformation? What is misinformation? I'm sure all of us have been victims of misinformation. Yeah, I asked last time how many people drank green tea and ginger and turmeric during COVID thinking that it'll heal us. Yeah? How many of you thought that we need to get tea leaves from China because this was the Chinese way of making money, sell tea leaves? Right? How many of you thought that this thing would go away if we just switch off our lights at 6 o'clock and start banging on plates? Yes, we did. And then we said, no, we're not doing it for it's just a mental satisfaction. But it was actually something, misinformation. Okay? So, misinformation, disinformation, hyperreality, and false news. So let's go into the details, because this is not for the children, this is for us also. We are all victims of this. Okay, so this is not a fake news, this is a true one. Right now there is an incentive to spread fake news. It's profitable. Profit made by creating article that causes enough outrage that advertising market will flow. So, fake news is a big industry. It's a big industry. Believe it or not, if you create fake news, you're also making a lot of money. Misinformation first. So, if I tell you tomorrow that Narendra Modi, eats this kind of mushroom which is available from the Himalayas, I don't know if he does, and it cost this much, okay, but it's available, would that business be increased? Of course. Yeah? So that is something that I'm saying, but this is something which is unintentional. There was a mob lynching in Nagaland a couple of years ago. I'm sure we are all aware. In the square, in Dimapur Square, there was a mob lynching. Yes? So that was misinformation. There was a particular case, for people who don't know, that a particular boy was reported to have, defiled a woman. So this particular woman went and filed a case in the police station saying that he has done wrong to me. And then this person was arrested. Since he did not belong to the community, there were stories which were spread saying that these men usually do this to our girls. So he was taken out for the police station. In the middle, near the police station, in the middle of the Dimapur Square, he was mob lynched. This was misinformation. It was not intentional. But it was all on the social media. Everything was chronicled. Everything. One step after step, step by step. See how harm a misinformation can do. There was another misinformation in Assam where, there was a story that young boys and girls are being picked up by random people who do witchcraft, and they are just sold. And then two boys with a hippie kind of look, just went to, wanted to just listen to some music, create some music, went to Karbi Anglong and they were lynched. It was not the blame of the community, it was misinformation. It was unintentional. But the misinformation killed the lives and it created animosity between two communities for a very long time, which was really sad. Yeah. Next is the Hindu. We all know Hindu is one of the most, the Hindu in India is one of the very trusted newspapers. Hindu itself had fallen trap in the year 2018 when there was a stampede in Maharashtra, and Hindu had published that during that stampede there was a picture which was doing the rounds that a woman was molested, a dead woman. This was after the one very big high profile rape case which had happened in India, the Nirbhaya case, and people were very emotional. But Hindu did not verify that story and it published on the front news. The next day, Hindu offered a corrigendum. They said, we are sorry. So imagine a newspaper like Hindu falling into trap of misinformation. So it's a very wrong way. So misinformation is something that we need to be completely aware of. So this is what Confucius has said. If it is shared on Facebook and Twitter, then it must be true. Definitely not, but we always feel that way. Something which is available on Facebook and Twitter must be true. Okay? Must be true. It's available. So this is something we need to be all aware of. Disinformation. Disinformation is deliberate. Like I said, fake news is a big industry. People are making money. Do you want to know how to look good? Do you want to know how to reduce your hair fall? Do you know what this particular character uses? Click. She sleeps 8 hours a day. Okay, that's it. Click bait. So they want you to click, fall into the trap, hit, go to that particular website. The moment you hit, you find there's now no information at all. So they're using the clickbait. Do you want to know what Prime Minister told Virat Kohli when India lost the game? Click. We are all happy that Australia won. It's a good thing for us. That's it. That's it. That was also announced. So we want to know, do you know how Kohli reacted when he lost the game? Click. That's it. Clickbait. But you go to that website is making a lot of money from your hits, from your likes, from your visits. Every day if it's having some 1 million visits, 1 lakh visit, of course it's relevant. So they are making money. So this is deliberate. There was this particular story that we had in India, in 2019, our money was, our money was demonetized. It was not relevant anymore and we were going crazy. And then some very intelligent people came and told us that there are chips in the 2,000 rupees notes. Just to make us feel a little at ease. I think that was deliberate or not, I'm not sure. But it made us feel it very good. Oh, so if anybody is holding a lot of money, so there'll be, there'll be a red light. Yeah. So the corruption is so easily done with, Nothing happened. No chip, nothing. We lost a lot of money and we lost a lot of, peace for some time. Fake pictures. There were fake pictures of Myanmar violence which were shared in, I don't know how if you're aware, there was a violence in, in Assam between the Boro community and the, another community in the year 2016 or 15. So there were fake pictures which were shared, which was the pictures of one violence in Myanmar, and that was shared in India saying that this is the picture of Boroland. So what happened? That particular community started threatening. So overnight, thousands of people from the south started coming back home. It was a mass exodus. So that was also kind of deliberate information to create a kind of chaos at that particular time. Later it was found out, I don't know, that it was some neighboring country which had done this, we do not know. Next is, I said, clickbait, deliberate, very deliberate. Move in. You want to know what, the Queen told, not Queen is not there anymore, the King. You know what the King told Narendra Modi? Happy Diwali. Okay. That's it. So that's what they make money out of. This is something that George Washington has said. Don't believe in everything you read on the internet just because there's a picture with a quote next to it. Okay? George Washington had said that because it's his picture. So don't believe everything, even if it has pictures. There are a lot of pictures which are doctored. You know what is doctored? There was a particular fire that broke out in the year 2018 in London, Grenfell Tower. I'm not sure if you know. In Grenfell Tower, there was the entire tower was on fire in London, and then there was a picture of a woman diving, going for a dive from the 22nd floor or something. Yeah, it was shared by major newspapers. The next day, it was found that it was a doctored photograph. It was not real. So that if international media can fall into trap of such kind of doctored photograph, please be careful before saying that, oh, this quote, let's share it on my status today. Buddha has said this. And a lot of quotes are associated with Lord Buddha today. Everything that complies to our, understanding, okay, this share, photograph. Next. Hyperreality. What is hyperreality? This is something again very interesting. What is hyperreality? Yeah? Exaggerated. Tell something. We are making a lot of money. Our GDP is the highest. Hyper, we also called it hyper, let's put it something like hyper nationalism sometimes. Hyper-reality, keep saying something over and over and over again, it becomes a reality. Surgical strikes. Sometimes, I'm not saying all surgical strikes are hyper-reality, I'm just saying that it could be. It could be. Even Israel claiming that Hamas is killing us every day. They're sharing pictures, they're sharing numbers. Hamas is saying that no, it's the Israel which is doing this on Gaza. Ukraine saying that, see, this is what they've done to our country, they've come to one of these villages and just massacred people. Russia saying, no, they've done this to our women too. So you keep saying that all the time, eventually people start believing. Any kind of strikes, any kind of thing which interests the government or maybe interests a particular party or authority. So we have to be extremely aware of what is the news that we read, whether it is true or whether somebody is creating a kind of hyper-reality. You know what is hyper-reality? Keep saying something. Keep saying something over and over and over again, it becomes truth. So that's a kind of exaggeration. Okay, this is what Albert Einstein had said. Okay? So I don't think so. False news. Now what is false news? False news is something which has no existence. Did Father speak of deep fake? No? I think recently there was a particular video of an actress in South. Her particular video, a face of her was put onto another person and it was circulated widely saying that it's her. And there was a massive, backlash. Okay? Again, there was a video of Obama saying something long time back, a year back. That is deep fake. That means even my video, even I can be made to look exactly myself. There can be a video of me talking about something like, whatever I did in the last class was nonsense. It was not relevant. I just said something like that. It could be not me. It could be a deep fake video. And that's what people are doing. They're using these kind of deep fakes to, push a certain kind of agenda. It's very scary. I think last week there was a particular incident when in Bangalore, a woman received a phone call from her brother saying that he's in an accident and it sounded just like her brother. People are now cloning voices. Voice clone, that's a deep fake. Audio deep fake, video deep fake. So we have to be constantly aware of whether it is actually true or not. We should not be working on our impulses. Information is available everywhere. We have information everywhere, but we have to be constantly aware whether this information is relevant or not, or true. Okay, this is true. This is actually true. This is from the Pew Research Center. The crisis we face about truth and reliable facts is predicted less on the ability to get people to believe the wrong thing, and it's on the ability to get people doubt the right thing. So in vaccination, people had a lot of problem. The government had a lot of problem to convince people to get them vaccinated. The government had a lot of problem to people convinced that this spreads like this. The government had a lot of problem convincing a lot of other people. Even now, there are a lot of problems. I recently went to do a study on TB patients. So there's a lot of people. It's very difficult to tell people that TB is not just active. You can also have a strain. And then you can be active, so you should, if you're staying with a person who is, tuberculosis affected, you should take the relevant medicine so that both of you remain safe. It sets a doubt. Oh, so they're making a money out of these medicine, right? It's lying. So to make the truth look like a doubt, it's easier, but to make a wrong thing look like right, it's also very wrong. So that's something. Post-truth. Now this is something, again, we as educationists need to be aware of. What is post-truth? Every truth has different side to it. Every truth. For instance, what is true for me, you can have another perspective. I can always say that the history of Israel and Palestine were very different. I can always say that the reason behind the Ukraine and Russian war is very different. So you can have a different perception. Whenever there's an attack between India and their neighboring country, Pakistan perhaps, we have a version of truth, Pakistan has a version of truth. So that is called post-truth. They will have different versions of truth, and each one could be not entirely false. We always say that they attacked us first. He attacked us. Oh no, she attacked us first. So we just counterattacked. So we always do that. That's kind of post-truth. Yeah, sites to check fake news. Now you must be wondering, what are the sites? These are some of these sites. If you always feel that there's a particular story that I'm not convinced, you can get, and sometimes you can just post your stories, just to find out whether these stories are applicable. Even in PIB, Press Information Bureau, have these WhatsApp numbers. You can do that. There's a fact checkers. Recently someone told me that Times of India, all these newspapers, they employ fact checkers who are being paid handsomely. There's a room for fact checking because there's so much of malinformation. In fact, there was a study in Bhutan saying that 64% people were subjected to misinformation within the last 1 year itself. Any kind of misinformation. So it's very scary for us. We need to find out whether these stories that we are seeing, they're actually real or not. Whether we can make it, whether it's authentic. So these are some of these, sites where you can actually check. Then, if you do not want to check, simple, follow this, share. Rely on official source. Is it an official source? Is it an official source? Because if an official source can, sometimes do something wrong. Because just a couple of days back, I think PTI shared a news where they said that economist, Nobel laureate, what was his name? Amartya Sen had died. And then they immediately took it back because that was again a fake news. They had fallen trap. But still, you should know that within half an hour, they've took back the news. So when it's official, you know that it's true. Headlines. Headlines will not necessarily tell you any kind of information that you get. Headlines will not tell you the truth. They will only lead you to something, get your attention. That 8 seconds attention that I'm talking about, all headlines want your 8-second attention. Everybody wants your 8-second attention. That can change their life, Analyze. Can it be true? Is it possible? Oh, it can be true also, but why can't I just give it the room? Retouched. Are these pictures retouched? Doesn't look real to me. Can I just verify? Can I just post these pictures on fact checker and I find out whether it's true or not? I can do that. Look for errors. Is there a spelling mistake? Please look for errors. Usually fake news have spelling mistakes, grammatical errors, most of them. Because this is typed by some people who are not trained. Right? Understanding the intricacies. We have to understand about cyber attacks. It can happen to any of your institution. It can be cyber attacked. Guwahati University website was attacked, cyber attacks 3 times in last year. The entire web page had gone, awry. Advocates calling for boycott. Nowadays, there's another trend. Films don't work, boycott. I don't like this particular person, boycott. So that is also something we need. This particular school has done this to this particular child, boycott. So create a social media presence where you can address these kind of boycotts and these kind of calls so that you understand whether somebody is using social media against you. Live video covering crisis, that we have to understand whether live is real or live is creating that kind of particular emotion or not. So these are intricacies. Employees going rogue. Recently, I think yesterday, a particular person called Sam something from the artificial intelligence team, he had resigned, and today 700 people had resigned after him. They are going rogue because it's a viral, I think in America, in one of those offices, I don't know, but he was the AI head, I remember. So 700 people have resigned saying that we need him back. So it's employees sometimes who go against the organization using social media. So you also have to be aware whether the mood in social media is against or for your organization. This is something we need to constantly be aware of. You use your human resource skills effectively. Viral elements. What are the viral elements? What is going viral? Anything which is cringeworthy is also going viral. So you have to be completely aware that not everything which is good. Sometimes, recently a person told me that I share so much on health, that there are doctors who are sharing everything on health. I do not get a single view. And these people, they get 10,000 views who are doing their hair 10 times a day. What is it? Because people have a tendency to move towards something which is cringeworthy, something which is not positive, which is negative, and something which is very silly, more than something which is serious. So if you're creating a content, you have to understand the audience perception, whether the audience is willing to accept. And then trend jacking. I've already said that. Hijack a trend and use it for your interest sometimes, for your department, for your school. The secret of crisis management is not good versus bad, but it's preventing the bad from getting worse. If somebody is against your organization, don't fight back, don't defend. Be polite, accept, and try and counter it in your own way. In any kind of social media, like I've already said last time, in any social media interaction, never go against anybody to use your words against you. So looking for better alternatives is something that we need to be constantly aware of. Education. In education, I already said, Swayam, MOOCs, they are effective online sites. Make use of them. Cultivate fruitful interest. Cultivating fruitful interest is extremely effective. Harbor real interactions and set a time limit of how much you're using and to what extent you're using, even for the children. Okay, with this I come to the end, that the function of education is to teach one to think intensively, critically. Intelligence plus character. This is true. This is not fake. So, going by that, with this, I'd like to, a very true quote, I'd like to end my presentation. And I just feel that there's so much of scope, but we ourselves are not enough media literate. Though I may say that I am very media literate, I must have fallen into the trap of such kind of news a couple of times. So we need to be media literate because, we need to be kind of challenging ourselves with such kind of changes in the society which we are never aware of. So this is something that we need to take care of. And I don't know if there's a question answer session, so I'll be willing to answer. Just in case you need my slide, I'll leave them here. Okay. So any questions? This is just something of a thing. So, any questions do we have? Or, yeah? Yeah. Very true. Absolutely. And nobody will tell you the truth because in the world of post-truth, there are no truths. There's so many truths. So many half-truths. So any questions? Yeah. No, there is a particular solution. Factually, we have to be correct. So that nobody can use our stories against us. Factually, we'll always have to be correct. We have to stand by facts. If I'm telling something, I need to have facts to go by it. So that is something that nobody can contest. Yeah?
I have a question.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Congratulations, ma'am, for your presentation. You are coming from the mass media background. Now, having said about this media, how is this media is going to affect our learning today and also in the coming years? Especially the elections, we are speaking a lot about fake news. There is a lot of misinformations coming from the channels that is sponsored by the governments. And the truth channels which depict the true reality. You are already aware what happened to the NDTV channels. Okay, so what is your comment on this, ma'am?
Actually, what happened is mainstream media is highly polarized today. You cannot say that this particular media is saying the truth, not in just our country, even for the Republicans and Democrats. Every country, the mainstream media is highly polarized. If I tell somebody that I come from this particular media, they'll say, oh, you belong to this particular political party, is it? So it has become like that. So all the news channels have become mouthpieces of political parties. In such cases, I think the only thing to depend upon is alternative media, grassroots media. Personal YouTube channels can work, but sometimes what happens is that it's also very easy to influence the influencers. Most of the influencers recently, I think the government, the Congress uses some influencers, the BJP uses some influencers. I don't know in Bhutan how the political situation is. Influencers, people who influence us, they are used actually sometimes to, promote their propaganda. So I think alternative or these grassroots media works very well. I think in some newspapers, there are some, in UP, there are newspapers like Khabar Lahariya. Then in, these are small newspapers which are run by pockets, the community. You'll know more about their political stories from these more than the mainstream who do a very kind of pilot, parachute journalism from the top. So like that.
What about the YouTube channel news that we have? For example, we have Deshniti, Ravish Kumar, Abhishek Sharma.
So we can trust that. See, Ravish Kumar has a huge fan following. We cannot contest that.
Yeah.
But the thing is that, is Ravish Kumar also used as a propaganda by the government? I am not sure about that. I cannot simply say that, okay, this is right, this is white, and this is black. I think there are a lot of gray areas. And sometimes we also need to exercise our own political education or, the kind of analysis we need to exercise. Because journalists, when we learned journalism, the idea was keep quiet, give the facts, do not give your opinion. Today, keep quiet, do not give the facts, just give your opinion. So that's the whole problem with journalists today. They are very highly opinionated. And so highly opinionated that if they don't like somebody, they'll just tell you on your face, please don't like him because I don't like him. That's not how it is, And this is something that we need to exercise. YouTubers, yes, there are some very good YouTubers who work, but most are the ones, I think there was a story a couple of years back, I don't know if you know, one of the most powerful corporate groups in India, the Ambani Group. One video of the Ambani Group had circulated. Most of these channels had, aired about one of their scions, one of their sons. So the video was not very bad. It was just about a particular meme about this son that he doesn't know, he's stuttering while talking and all. Overnight, the video was removed from all the channels, all the media outlets, and the ones who did not remove, they were given the ultimatum that if you do not, all the money that is given to you from our, different kind of thing will be cut down. So except for, I think, Alt News and 2, they stood their ground, the remaining others removed. So it's very difficult. And that was evident because overnight it was removed. There is something called the Google Go Back. I don't know if you know the app, Google Go Back. You can go back to 2001 and find out the website that it was in 2001. So if you use the Google Go Back, you'll find that particular story. Apart from that, that story is not there anymore.
Thank you, ma'am.
So it's very difficult. I don't know if I've answered you properly, but in this world, when media conglomerates are, actually run by politicians and corporates, it's very difficult to say something that he's independent from a political influence. So in that case, like you said, YouTubers and alternative media actually works much more safer. Because I think 2 years back, there was a big flood in Silchar, if you're aware. Huge flood. I think none of the mainstream, it was catastrophic. And none of the mainstream newspapers had reported. And it was only some of those local reporters who went down, they took bags, clothes in their bags. They used to wade in the water, wear the clothes back and put it in their channels. That was the only source of authentic news that we had from from that flood. It was commendable. So any other question, yeah?
Thank you, ma'am, for your explanation. And I have 2 questions. First one is, the attention span of children is decreasing with the media because they see different kinds of videos or so. They are prone to scroll it and they have so many things. When these kids come to school, it is really a challenging one to keep occupied and to teach them. So have you got any suggestion for us educators to teach those students? That is one. And the second one is, as you were telling, children, we do not know what they are browsing and what they are watching. Sometimes very dangerous things children are watching because we find out from their behavior. So when it is like this, can the government do something to stop such kind of dangerous videos or something that channels are posting? Can the government take some stand to stop all this for the sake of our children?
Thank you, sister. It's a very big question for me to answer but I feel that this is coming because I think China has limited the time limit to 2 hours or 1 hour per day under the parent supervision, though I don't know how that is exercised. In cities like Illinois or Minnesota recently, they closed down internet for children below the age of 10, I think. But then I don't know how they are doing that again. That's a very big question because people have access. Now, the point is, you cannot stop their behavior. Like someone was just telling me the other day, I was reading through one of those articles and it was written very well, that just because there are a number of accidents in the street, you cannot stop people from taking the vehicles out. You need the vehicles today, it's a necessity. Just because they are bad browsing habit, I cannot go and stop someone. But the government can, of course, take steps because it's coming, I think. And the attention span, it's very difficult because they don't read. Children don't read anymore, they do not have the tendency to read, huge novels or books or stories. They want a short version of that in YouTube or anything else. So I think inculcating the reading habit, at least you can do that so that it becomes easier for us, for master students. Schools can make them compulsory read and, indulge in storytelling. One of my friends, child, he has never seen, he doesn't know how to scroll. Now my child is worried that in the real world, how will he adjust? He's reading every day. He reads all the time and his peers find him boring. He doesn't have anything to talk. When he goes and talks to them about books, they don't like him. So she's telling me, should I ask him to just go and see the smartphone so that he's more relevant among his generation? So I'm saying that I don't think so. Let him stand out if he can. Maybe there'll be some more people who's following, but that's also another problem with children who do not do. So this is just a two-way. I think that's a balanced effort that needs to be there. More than that, I think we have to just make them read compulsory. I think you can do that at least in school level. You can force them to read, make them write, do a lot of storytelling. Get into the characters, get into hands-on making stories, puppets, stories, get them involved so that they become themselves storytellers. That's the only thing I can say. But for the government, I don't know if it suits their business, but it's something, maybe it's coming because 3 countries have already done that, so perhaps something in the long run. Any other question?
Yes. No further question. I forgot the question now.
Okay, so no further questions.
Yeah, that is false news.
Okay, so now we have no further questions. Now I invite Ma'am Anupa to be seated for a while.
Yeah, okay, sister. Thank you.
I'm sure at the end of this session, she has enlightened us with the advantages and disadvantages of the technologies which we are in. And now to express our sentiments of gratitude to her, I now invite Sister Emilia Choforha, the principal of St. Joseph School, Tezpur, on behalf of the participants.
Whole day we have been hearing from men, so it was such a happy moment to hear from women as well. Thank you is a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. So at this moment, I feel honored to propose a vote of thanks to our esteemed speaker, Dr. Anupal Hokar Goswami. Thank you for your well-prepared presentation. And I also would like to make a statement on our esteemed speaker that Ma'am Anupa is a wonderful, smart speaker and leader, one who speaks. She speaks with a determination to make education socially relevant today. She has enlightened us with a lot of new insights on social media, and the sharing of her life experiences enriched us a lot. I'm sure none of us will remain the same in our leadership as before. But would think differently and implement the awareness and new learnings we had today. Ma'am, I also deemed it privilege to mention that your vibrancy and enthusiasm is seen in the techniques you shared, which would in the long run be a great help in shaping the lives of our children and young people to make them future responsible leaders of our society. Thanks a lot, and may you stay blessed today and always. And I also would like to thank all the participants for your active listening, and once again, thanks to all.
Thank you, sister.
I just wanted to disclose one news to you. She is a news reader in the Doordarshan. Put your hands together once again. So, Anupa, please come forward. I don't know how many of you are watching Doordarshan now. Doordarshan is
Not
a
many
forgotten
people, I'm
channel,
sure.
yes. But now and then, for the sake of seeing Anupa, put on Doordarshan and you will see her there. Yeah, so we want to express our
So
sentiments.
your attention is currency for the Doordarshan now.
Good. Token of gratitude. Pod. I am not giving because Sister Emilia announced saying that only men are controlling, so women will control the women now. So the women is going to give it to the woman again. Yes. Put your hands together. Yes. While Anupa was talking, her son was sitting down here and listening whether what all she is saying is practicing or not. Come here. This young man is a student of Don Bosco School. His principal also is here. Father Saju, please stand up, show your face to others. He is his principal. And now we can check whether what she said is he is practicing and principal is following or not. So cross check will be there. All right? All right. Very good. So Anupa, once again, thank you so much for being here. It's time for dinner. Over to Sister Ruth for the further information.